Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to present a petition. Mr. Speaker, on September 22nd, I attended a healthcare rally in Shelburne. I've been asked to present this petition with the operative clause being, we, the undersigned residents of Shelburne County, call upon the Government of Nova Scotia to guarantee access to family doctors, decrease wait times, ensure access to services locally, ER service available 24/7, and restore local decision-making. The petition has 2,370 signatures, and I have affixed mine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 38, an act to amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act. The committee recommends this bill to the favourable consideration of the House with certain amendments.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 27, an act to protect animals and to aid animals in distress. Bill number 29, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code. Bill number 32, an act respecting the control of body armour. Bill number 42, an act to amend Chapter 494 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Vital Statistics Act. Bill number 44, an act to amend Chapter 66 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Change of Name Act. Bill number 45, an act respecting property tax rebates to senior citizens. Bill number 48, an act to amend various statutes administered by Service Nova Scotia. The committee recommends those bills to the favourable consideration of the House without amendments.
Order that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, September 25th, a number of Nova Scotia government employees, one individual, two teams, and one department, received the Premier's Award of Excellence, which is the most prestigious government award, and whereas this award recognizes the exceptional effort of public servants who deliver high-quality programs and services to Nova Scotia families, communities, and businesses, and whereas these employees reflect government's commitment to public service excellence, innovation, and continuous improvement while demonstrating the courage to step into new territory to achieve their goals, therefore be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulate these employees who are doing extraordinary work, and all civil servants across the province who work tirelessly to serve the citizens of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. But all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on September 25th, 2018, 7 staff members of the Nova Scotia Legislature will receive long service awards. And whereas Michael Laffin and Sherry Reynolds will receive long service awards for 35 years, Peter Theriault and Heather McDonald for 30 years, and Neil Ferguson, Annette Boucher, and Shirley Darlene Henry for 25 years. And whereas this group of dedicated civil servants continue to ensure the successful operation through their respective roles with the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, the Speaker's Administrative Office, the Office of the Legislative Council, and the Legislative Committee's Office. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this House of Assembly join me in congratulating Michael Laffin, Sherry Reynolds, Peter Theriault, Heather McDonald, Neil Ferguson, Annette Boucher, and Darlene Henry on receiving their long service awards from the province of Nova Scotia, and in recognition of their outstanding service and dedicated service to this province. Mr. Speaker, waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, September 25th, more than 300 Nova Scotian government employees received the Long Service Award for 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and even 50 years of service to the province. An incredible achievement. And whereas there are more than 10,000 employees within the province committed to serving the citizens of Nova Scotia over many years. And whereas government employees are providing families, businesses, and communities with programs and services they rely on day in and day out. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulate these long service employees and all civil servants in the province who work tirelessly to serve the citizens of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate. There
has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas September 23rd to 29th is National Forest Week, and Nova Scotians are invited to learn about our forest heritage and sustainable management of a resource that's fundamental to our economy, culture, traditions, and history. And whereas the 2018 Provincial Woodland Owner of the Year winner, Kevin Vino, and his family will host a field day on their property in West Northfield, Lunenburg County to raise awareness of our forests. And whereas our forests provide habitats for our diverse wildlife populations as well as recreational opportunities and economic benefits. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly recognize outstanding woodland stewards who encourage sustainable woodland management and increase public awareness of the importance of private woodlots. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, the staff of the Nova Scotia Office of Immigration was a recipient of the Premier's Award of Excellence, which celebrates public servants who go above and beyond in delivering programs and services to Nova Scotians. And whereas this small but mighty team of 35 employees works hard every day to support a record number of applicants, which has resulted in our province welcoming about 5,000 newcomers annually. And as of July 31, 2018, Nova Scotia's total landings for the year were 3,530 newcomers, the highest number in the Atlantic region, and we've been surpassing our provincial nominee program allocation year over year since 2014, and these results are helping to grow our population and strengthen our economy. And whereas the team at Immigration leads with passion and a commitment to excellence every day, creating long-term benefits for our province, and through their leadership they are helping to build Nova Scotia's future. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating the team at the Nova Scotia Office of Immigration for their outstanding contributions, passion, commitment, and service excellence, and they are a testament to how a small group of committed and passionate people can change our province and the world. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, could I please do an introduction?
Permission granted.
I would draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we have my Deputy Minister, Byron Rayfuse, who is here, and I want to congratulate Byron. I'd like you to stand, take the warm welcome of the House, and pay attention to this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Chartered Professional Accountants of Nova Scotia designated 6 members as fellow Chartered Professional Accountants, an honour the Institute only bestows to CPAs whose careers and community involvement, quote, have earned them distinction and brought honour to the accounting profession. And whereas Byron Rayfuse, the Deputy Finance Minister, is a very deserving recipient of this highest designation in his profession, and as of this date, has been recognized with a 35-year service award by the Government of Nova Scotia. And whereas Byron joins 5 other Nova Scotian accountants in receiving this award, Michael Pickup, Wanda Bennett, Marlene Usher, John McNeil, and Peterson Dowes. Therefore, be it resolved, all members of the legislature congratulate Byron and the other recipients for receiving this very prestigious honour. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice, passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. With all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I be permitted to do an introduction?
Permission granted.
I'd like to recognize members of the House to recognize in the gallery opposite the Warden of the Municipality of West Hants, Mr. Abraham Zabian, and representing the town of Windsor this afternoon we have the CAO, Mr. Louis Gattino. I offer to give them a warm welcome, please. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table an act entitled An Act to Incorporate the Region of Windsor and West Hants Municipality.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Incorporate the Region of Windsor and West Hants Municipality.
Bill number 55, entitled An Act to Incorporate the Region of Windsor and West Hants Municipality.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce an act to amend Chapter 302 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Municipal Grants Act.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 302 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Municipal Grants Act.
Bill number 56, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 302 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Municipal Grants Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994, the Credit Union Act.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994, the Credit Union Act.
Bill number 57, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994, the Credit Union Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you. I would ask the members of the House to give a warm welcome to Mr. Gordon Smith, who's in the gallery opposite, who has had an incredible amount of work put into this bill that we're about to table, Mr. Speaker, and works for the Department of Municipal Affairs as a planner, and great plans went into this bill, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask the members to give him a warm welcome.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table an act entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, Municipal Government Act, and Charter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Bill number 58, titled an Act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permission for an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, there's a constituent of mine in the West Gallery today. It's his first visit to the House of Assembly. I want you to focus your attention to that gallery. And Mr. McKinnon has suffered an injury in 2012 and is still struggling with the WCB. So I'd ask Mr. McKinnon to stand up and get the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill, an Act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre begs leave to introduce a bill entitled, an Act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Bill number 59, entitled an Act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 385 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Real Property Act, to eliminate covenants that restrict access to food or medicine.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 385 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Real Property Act, to eliminate covenants that restrict access to food or medicine.
Bill number 60, entitled an Act to amend Chapter 385 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Real Property Act, to eliminate covenants that restrict access to food or medicine.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to protect children from sexual exploitation on the Internet.
The Honourable Member for Inverness begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to protect children from sexual exploitation on the Internet.
Bill number 61, entitled an Act to protect children from sexual exploitation on the Internet.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment and Income Assistance Act.
Bill number 62, entitled an Act to amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my sad duty to inform members that on the weekend, the former member for Pictou West, Muriel, as better known as Fluff Bailey, passed away. Fluff represented Pictou West from 1999 until 2003 with unwavering commitment and compassion. Before her election, Fluff was a wonderful and well-loved school principal. Mr. Speaker, Fluff was a generous and valued advisor to me, but more than that, she was a dear friend. I will miss her keen sense of humor and her infectious sense of fun. When Fluff got that twinkle in her eye, you knew an adventure and a good laugh wouldn't be far behind. I know all MLAs join me in sending our most sincere condolences to the friends and family of Fluff Bailey, especially her children, Deborah, Raymond, and Donald. May God bless her. Mr. Speaker, I request a moment of silence for our past colleague. Thank you.
I would ask that all members please rise as we observe a moment of silence for the passing of former member Fluff Bailey. Thank you. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dartmouth North resident Michael Pickup on the publication of his first book, Nan Made, How a Grandmother Made a Man, which was launched with a celebration on Friday evening. The book chronicles Mr. Pickup's relationship with his grandmother, Mary Ann Pickup, from Sydney, Cape Breton. Mary Ann, or Nan, as she was known to Michael, was the oldest of 12 siblings, the mother of 5 boys, a grandmother to 16, and a great-grandmother to 15. She was also a full-time healthcare worker, union leader, and community activist. In each of the chapters of the book, Mr. Pickup tells a story about life with Nan and the life lessons she taught him through that moment. Lessons like acting without hesitation and learning to forgive. At the end of each chapter, Michael brings the life lesson into the present day and offers a way that we can learn from Nan too. As Nova Scotia's Auditor General, Mr. Pickup's contributions to the province of Nova Scotia are vast and essential. And now as an author, his literary contributions will be felt as well. Nan Made has been a bestseller on Amazon since its release, and the rave reviews are pouring in. I ask all members in the House to join me in congratulating Michael Pickup on this wonderful achievement.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize a good friend of the Clayton Park West community, Kapilan Perama Jyothe, well known as he goes by PJ as well. Kapilan has been with Friends of Clayton Park Group for over 13 years. His main goal is getting the youth involved in their community. His dedication never wavers, even if he's halfway across the world. He has helped tremendously with the Parent-Teacher Association at the school and the School Advisory Council at Park West School. He is also the co-chair of the Institute for Citizenship Canada, where he helps to organize ceremonies and events. Kapilan even finds time to get involved in the Indian and Sri Lankan communities. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking Mr. Paramothe for his work in Clayton Park West and beyond. Thank you, PJ.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, women and men across the country and around the world rose up and spoke loudly when they publicly declared #MeToo, indicating that they too had been victims of sexual violence. Recently, the President of the United States cast doubt on a woman who declared she had been sexually assaulted. He said that if the incident was as bad as she said it was, she would have reported it to the police all those years ago. Once again, women and men are rising up to oppose this disgraceful statement. Actress Alyssa Milano has led the charge once again with the new hashtag, #WhyIDidn'tReport. CNN reporter Don Lemon spoke out publicly about his own sexual assault. I ask all members of the legislature to support those who have the tremendous courage it takes to report sexual violence, as well as those who have chosen to remain silent. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Music is such an important part of our culture here in Nova Scotia, and this weekend the Deep Roots Music Festival kicks off their 15th year in Wolfville with an opening show by Jim Cuddy. A talent-filled lineup of musicians will take to stages throughout Wolfville and at venues in Windsor, Grand Prairie, and Kentville. On Saturday, the music moves into the street with the Fresh Beats Rhythm Parade on Main Street. The Deep Roots Music Cooperative was incorporated in 2003 by a group dedicated to developing and promoting the music scene in Nova Scotia's Annapolis Valley. And each year I am amazed by the hard work of the 170 volunteers in making Deep Roots one of the premier music festivals in Nova Scotia. I would like the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating organizers Peter Mowat and Lisa Hammett-Vaughan and the more than 170 volunteers that have made Deep Roots such a signature event in the Annapolis Valley for 15 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Lucy Muse on the occasion of her 100th birthday today, September 25th. On September 23rd, family and many, many friends gathered at the Bedore Hall to wish Lucy all the best. Lucy still resides at the farmhouse in Southside Bullardry, where she was born, and remains active in her community and beyond. A few weeks ago, I attended a breakfast at a local fire hall, and Lucy was in attendance. Later that same afternoon, I attended another function at a neighbouring fire hall, and lo and behold, who walks in but Lucy? I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Lucy Muse on her 100th birthday and wish her many more years of good health and happiness. Her family said it best. They don't make them like they used to. Happy birthday, Lucy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the United Communities Fire Department, whose motto is "Our family protecting your family" since 1973, celebrated its 45th anniversary last June. The fire department, which serves the communities of Broad Cove, Cherry Hill and Vogler's Cove, is led by Fire Chief Wayne Smith. Chief Smith said that the department is fortunate to have 20 dedicated volunteer firefighters, 2 junior members, and a large squad of fantastic high-energy volunteers. This active fire department responded to 40 calls in 2017. It provides catering and hosts functions such as card parties, a music jam, and take-out dinners. It also runs a breakfast every 4th Saturday of the month that has served up to 430 people in a sitting with the help of over 30 volunteers. Their big annual summer fundraiser is the well-known provincial run, the Cherry Hill Fun Run. Mr. Speaker, I ask that members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking the United Communities Fire Department and its volunteers for their service and congratulating them on their 45th anniversary.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Jules Larocque on receiving a Police Long Service Award this morning at a ceremony in Halifax. Jules is a community-minded police officer, and he approaches policing with the utmost professionalism, earning respect from everyone who interacts with him. Not only is Jules an outstanding police officer, he's a good family man at heart. When he isn't keeping us safe on patrol, you can see Jules volunteering his time at a United Dartmouth Football Club game and cheering loudly on the sidelines. Jules is a positive influence on all those he encounters. I am grateful to consider him a friend, and I appreciate his service to Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Jules Larocque on receiving a Police Long Service Award and to wish him many more years serving our communities and province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Schulich School of Law, the Canadian Prison Lawyers Association, and all of the organizers, volunteers, presenters, and participants who made the Prison Law Conference hosted at Dalhousie last weekend such a success. Beginning with an amazing keynote including First Voices, Supreme Court Justice, legal experts, and others, the weekend was full of insightful and important presentations. It was a timely opportunity to learn about, consider, and debate many of the issues we've been hearing about here in Nova Scotia. It was a wonderful chance to sit with a diverse group of delegates, from the Nova Scotia Correctional Services staff to First Voices, from Correctional Services of Canada staff to Elizabeth Fry and John Howard Society representatives from across the country, as well as lawyers from across Canada. It was a truly unique and important event. Kudos to the team that worked so hard to put this on, and here's hoping it has lasting benefits for everyone working to make the criminal justice system more humane, more effective, and much less needed.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 24, 2018, the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia and member pharmacies hosted the second Take Your MLA to Work Day. The purpose was to provide MLAs with an up-close and personal view of the many services that pharmacy teams provide throughout Nova Scotia. MLAs got to see such things as collaborative care and chronic disease management services, prescription renewals, injections, minor ailment assessments, medication reviews, and compliance packaging, to name a few. There are more than 1,500 pharmacists in Nova Scotia. This year, I joined Todd McKinnon at Bayside Guardian Pharmacy in Bass River. All the communities along the shore are fortunate to have a pharmacy there, the only one between Truro and Parsbro. For many, the close proximity to their rural homes allows residents to become more active in managing their own personal health and to develop a very respectful and sometimes social relationship with Todd and other pharmacists.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to be able to rise today to recognize Sackville resident Adam McCulley on his appointment today as one of the Nova Scotia's newest Crown attorneys. Adam, who is a native of Lower Sackville, graduated from Mount St. Vincent University in 2003 with his BA, and then from Nova Scotia Community College in 2006 with paralegal diploma. While working as a litigation paralegal with the Child Protection Team of the Nova Scotia Department of Justice, Mr. McCulley entered into Dalhousie University, where he received his law degree in 2017 and went on to article with the Nova Scotia Department of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I personally got to work with Adam while he was the treasurer and then chair of the Sackville Heights Community Centre Board of Directors, and I also know that he's a certified Hockey Canada coach. I ask that all members of the legislature join me today in congratulating Adam, and I hope that he enjoys his new position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Dr. David Patriquin, retired professor of biology at Dalhousie University, who continues to contribute significantly to the scientific education of many community organizations related to the Five Bridge Lakes Wilderness area. Dr. Patriquin continues to be an active teacher in our community. In the past 2 years, he has given talks and conducted field trips for organizations as well as the general public. Following a recent nature walk with Dr. Patriquin, one participant was heard to comment, "I will never look at the woods quite the same again." Dr. Patriquin's expertise is wide-ranging. His topics include methods of plant identification, habitats and species in the Halifax area, old-growth forests on the Chebucto Peninsula, marine life on Sandy Shore, as well as plants and woodlands of the newly designated Five Bridges Lakes Wilderness area. In 2017, Dr. Patriquin was awarded the Environment Stewardship Award from Canadian Association of Retirees and Pensioners. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in recognizing and thanking Dr. David Patriquin for his outstanding contributions to his community's understanding of Nova Scotia's natural environment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Corporal Bill Wilcox, who recently retired after 30 years of service with the RCMP. Throughout his career, he has worked in both federal and provincial policing in 3 divisions and 10 detachments in both uniform and plainclothes roles. His last detachment was Queens County, where I had the privilege to work with him. Mr. Speaker, today Bill was presented with a Nova Scotia Police Long Service Award in recognition of his years of public service. I ask all members of this House to join me in wishing him a long and happy retirement and thank him for all he has done to serve and protect Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Admiral Digby Library and Historical Society has always strived to inform the communities of Digby and surrounding areas of its rich history and heritage, mainly through exhibitions and research housed at the Admiral Digby Museum. The museum, housed in a mid-1800 Georgian house, features period rooms that will bring visitors to a bygone era. Recently, the Historical Society decided to renovate their gift shop to be ready for last year's tourism season, a renovation supported by the town of Digby. In addition to educating the public of our past and as well as researching and preserving arts from years ago, the museum, through its gift shop, will be able to promote today's artists and authors. With these changes, the Historical Society is taking a more proactive role in promoting the museum to the public and its new and improved gift shop. I would like to congratulate the Historical Society in its efforts to consider new ways to interest people in our area's history as well as promoting local artists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute Frida Potter of North Sydney. Frida has volunteered for the past 28 years with the 6 North Sydney Brownies. She started when her daughter was young and is still there because of the bond she has developed with young women, and she shows them they can be everything they want to be. Camps, community events, and weekly meetings have so rewarded Frida, she feels compelled to continue helping mold these girls into community-minded citizens. I'd like to take this opportunity to applaud Frida and all the volunteers who give her their valuable time to make a difference. And believe you me, Mr. Speaker, they do. Thank you, Frida.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, it's a wonderful thing to see the dream of a small community come to fruition, and recently at the grand opening of the Sherbrooke Area Fire Hall, I did just that. The people of Sherbrooke now have a brand new multi-use facility complete with a community room with seating for 70, a kitchenette, office space and much needed storage space for the brave firefighters. Building Committee Ed Weir was instrumental in the 4-bay fire hall being completed due to his fundraising efforts in a campaign called Ladder Up. But he credits the committee, local firefighters and community members for their strong support and hard work as being the main reason for this project coming to completion. Mr. Speaker, I would like to join Mr. Weir in thanking the people of Sherbrooke for taking initiative and striving for their goal. The local firefighters and the greater community will benefit from this important piece of infrastructure for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Jim Ripley and his students and JC Taekwondo in Amherst. They're currently raising funds through a bottle drive to compete in the national championships in Calgary. Jim has 15 students attending nationals and 2 students that are trying to make Team Canada. This will be a great representation of Cumberland North on the national stage. Mr. Speaker, I know Jim and his students will represent our community proudly. Mr. Speaker, it is with true pleasure to wish Jim Ripley and his Taekwondo students good luck in their upcoming national competitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, on September 12th, the art world and the Armdale community lost a shining light with the passing of celebrated painter Dusan Kodlek. Born in Prague in 1942, he studied at the Academy of Fine Arts in his hometown, where as a young man he honed his representational style of painting. Following graduation, his talents resulted in a number of commissions and ultimately an invitation to participate in the design of the Czech Pavilion at Expo 67. In 1968, the Kodlak family immigrated to Canada and settled here in Halifax. The beauty and character of our historic port city inspired him and thus began a remarkable career of translating maritime history to canvas. Over the next 4 decades, Dusan's richly detailed work solidified him as a leading maritime artist. Indeed, his portrait, Province Hall Ball, 1864, hangs at the Confederation Centre in Charlottetown. Today, his work can be found in collections internationally. I express my condolences to the Kodlak family and celebrate the tremendous beauty he shared with the world through his art. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Parsboro Creative Office's 10 Days in October, a cultural festival. During the festival, the historic town of Parsboro becomes a canvas of vibrant and diverse celebration of maritime culture and richness. The festival runs from October 1st to October 10th. 10 Days in October features artists of both local and international renown, as well as events and cultural programs unique to the spectacular Bay of Fundy. Mr. Speaker, there will be many events over the 10 days, including a regional art exhibition, art and artisan display, ship models, movie night, ship stories and poems, food fairs, music, and a kitchen party, and much more. Mr. Speaker, I ask you and the House to join me in commending the Parsboro Creative Office for putting together this outstanding event. We look forward to celebrating the creativity of our area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge a new non-profit in Cole Harbour, Portland Valley. Community Connections Network, Nova Scotia, works in community development through its 3 departments: children and youth and families, community development and citizenship, and nonprofit and partnership building. The organization strives to bring together all demographics and various community partners, developing relationships that foster teamwork and citizenship, engaging individuals and businesses in building a thriving community rich in diversity, inclusion, and volunteerism, as well as citizenship. Connections will soon open the Cole Harbour, Portland Valley's first youth center. This center will house a new after-school program, summer program, and other programs for children, youth, and families. I'm very excited to have this organization working in my constituency.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, the Hector Heritage Quay on the Pictou waterfront has a brand new attraction. This summer, Uncle Leo's Brewery established the Quayside Beer Garden. This cozy and popular spot includes local craft brews, friendly staff and service, and an amazing atmosphere. There are takeout menus for several local restaurants that deliver food to the hungry patrons. Quayside Beer Garden highlights the beauty of Pictou Harbour to locals and tourists alike. This is a prime example of the entrepreneurial spirit of the citizens of Pictou West and highlights the great business and attraction options available on Pictou's waterfront. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to congratulate the owners and operators, Carl and Rebecca Whiffen, and their staff of Uncle Leo's for their new establishment and to wish them continued success in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Jane Stewart of Whites Lake. On June 1st of this year, it marks the first day of Jane's retirement after 27.5 years working at the Hatchet Lake Community Pharmacy. Jane has been a constant as the pharmacy grew and changed from the old schoolhouse to the new Guardian Drugs building. She has seen generations of babies grow into adulthood and knows most customers by name. Over her years of loyal service, Jane has become a friend to many. Her genuine smile and welcoming ways cheer customers who appreciate her positivity and her joie de vivre. Jane will be missed daily by her work family, but their strong bonds will endure as Jane embarks on her new adventures. I would like the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Jane and wish her a long and happy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the upcoming retirement of Ray McIntosh. A true teacher's teacher, Ray has had a positive impact on everyone he has met, whether it was in the classroom teaching English or on the ice coaching women's hockey at Prince Andrew High School. Mr. Mack provided a positive learning environment to all those who entered his classroom or laced up their skates. He always challenges his students and holds them to very high standards. He is a true master teacher. I am grateful to have had the opportunity to teach with Ray and know that the many students he taught over the years are grateful to have been in his class. You always left Mr. Mack's class stronger. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in wishing Ray McIntosh a successful retirement, and I look forward to seeing him around the rinks and the lakes of Dartmouth for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this year Fall River Station 45 volunteer firefighters awarded Brianna Johnson of Grand Lake the Memorial Ian McLeod Scholarship, which is worth $1,000. Brianna is a graduate of Lockview High School and will be continuing her studies at the NSCC in Truro, studying criminal justice. I would like to thank the Station 45 firefighters for their support on the youth of our community. I also ask that all members of the legislature join me in congratulating and wishing Brianna the best in her continuing education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate RCMP Constable Stephen Murphy, a resident of Queens County who received his Nova Scotia Police Long Service Award this morning. Murph, as he is known as to his co-workers and fellow Liverpool residents, has dedicated his entire 15-year career to serving the citizens of the South Shore. Murph's career has been in uniform general policing duty and plain clothes with a street enforcement team. Murph is respected amongst his peers as a valuable resource in investigating stolen automobiles. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to congratulate and thank Constable Murphy for his service and dedication to our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the East Gallery, where I would ask the members, the people that are here from St. FX's Coady Institute diploma program to please rise and receive the warm welcome of the House. These are international students in Antigonish studying this fall at the Coady Institute to learn the principles that they can take back home to their communities where they are leaders themselves from around the world, Ghana, Ethiopia, India. I'm forgetting some of the countries when I spoke to them earlier, but a wide range of countries being represented. Jamaica as well. So please give them the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Antigonish on another introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues for their indulgence. I'd like to again draw the members' attention to the East Gallery, where I'd like to introduce Dr. Megan Burns, if you'd please stand. Megan is from Sarnia, Ontario, and a second-year resident in the Dalhousie Family Medicine Program, and I understand she's planning to open a practice in Sydney with 2 fellow residents when she completes her practice. So please receive the warm welcome in the House.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of Fairview Clayton Park's cutest constituents, Ava Laurence Ferris, was christened this Sunday at Our Lady of Lebanon Maronite Church by the Patriarch of the Maronite faith, His Beatitude, Bishara Butrus Cardinal Rai, who is the Maronite Patriarch of Antioch and all the East. Ava, who is also my little cousin, is the most adorable, precocious, inquisitive 6-month-old and is a ray of sunshine and happiness to our entire family. So I would like to ask the members of this House to join me in congratulating her on her christening and also wishing her a very happy half-birthday. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Bailey is a local company recently launched that sells cruelty-free vegan perfume oils with a softer scent for people sensitive to fragrance. The company is owned and operated by Ariel Goff and Edwina Govinsamy, 2 women who both have businesses of their own but decided they wanted to create something together. They're giving 15% of each sale of their perfume to Just Like My Child Foundation's Girl Power project. Through this program, impoverished girls 12 to 15 in Eastern Africa receive workshops, mentoring, and other tools for 2 years so that they can stay in school and avoid child marriage, early pregnancy, violence, and disease. Their goal, Mr. Speaker, is to raise just over $10,000 in the first year, which would help to support 50 girls in the Girl Power project. Ariel said the whole idea was inspired by women like them, young, diverse women who are into fashion and beauty and who are goal-oriented and ambitious, but who are also socially conscious. I'd ask members of the House to wish them well in this endeavour. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to congratulate the Amherst Coyotes soccer team for winning the gold medal in the Nova Scotia Special Olympics this summer in Halifax. Members of the team include Coach Acacia Dunphy, Coach Lisa Hines, Allison Borden, Brandon Ott, Jacob Fisher, Tim Bird, Ryan Moutry, Corey Hansen, Jesse Williams, Robert Babineau, Rebecca Sprague, Robin Monroe, and Terry Black. The Coyotes won in the Whitecap division with a 4-3 victory. I'd like to congratulate these fine athletes on their hard work and victory and making Amherst proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Direct all members' attention to the East Gallery, where we're joined by our friend Mr. Rod Wilson, former Liberal candidate, healthcare guru in the north end of Halifax, and I just wanted to acknowledge his presence here today and say thank you for your continued commitment to our community here in Halifax.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to stand for a few moments and thank the hard-working volunteers and all the organizers of the Bay Sainte Marie Grand Fondo that happened this weekend in Soniaville in the beautiful constituency of Clare Digby. There were over 1,000 participants in the 3 or 4 levels of rides, which of course the Super Fondo, which was 160 kilometers, the Grand Fondo, which is about 121 kilometers, the Medio Fondo, which I participated in, which was 67 kilometers, and the Piccolo Fondo, which is 35 kilometers. So there were hundreds, of course, thousands, 1,000 participants, hundreds of volunteers. They did a phenomenal job, and of course, they made our province proud. They made our area proud. I just want to make sure I thank all the volunteers for their very hard work, and of course, get the warm welcome of this House.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you.
Guys, Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please. The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the group of volunteer artists and art supporters who created the successful 8th annual Peggy's Cove Area Festival of the Arts, which took place this past July. The celebration of the arts is now a highly anticipated summer event for both resident and visiting art lovers. The studio tour featured 60 artists and galleries at 39 locations across the catchment area of Prospect, Peggy's Cove, Tantallon, St. Margaret's Bay, and the Aspetogan Peninsula. Visitors to these various locations were guided along the routes by the distinctive blue lighthouse signs the festival organizers created. Guidebooks with a map marking studio locations, local restaurants, and points of interest enhance the visitor experience. The two-day plein-air painting event at Peggy's Cove is always a huge attraction. Visitors can watch artists at work, enjoy local artisans demonstrate, while a children's art tent offers creative activities. Mr. Speaker, I invite the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating the organizers of the 8th annual Peggy's Cove Area Festival of the Arts and wish them many more years of success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the efforts of Evelyn McDougall and Eileen Romeo, who have organized a Miners' Memorial Day in St. Stephen's Cemetery each June 11th for the last 19 years. Each successive year, the attendance has been steadily expanding as the community gathers to honour, celebrate, and memorialize all miners and the role they helped played in so many communities. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Eileen and Evelyn for recognizing the impact of miners in our communities and the many who gave their lives to this profession. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, on September 22nd, I was proud to attend the 50th anniversary of the Williams Lake Conservation Company at the Purcell's Cove Social Club. For 50 years, the volunteers and members have been stewards of our beloved Williams Lake. They have worked tirelessly to protect our natural surroundings and pass them down to future generations. Mr. Speaker, most recently, they've worked with the Nature Conservancy of Canada and the Purcell's Cove Backland Group to preserve the backlands and create the largest nature trust in all of HRM. Without their hard work and love for our community, none of this would be possible. So to all members past and present, happy 50th.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is that time of year that mums and dads find themselves for the first time on a cold, early Saturday or Sunday morning watching their child practice or playing in Canada's favourite sport, hockey. Many of us can remember the early weekend mornings as the next hockey star pulled their gear on, sometimes their pajamas underneath, the wrinkles of the pillow still on their face, and waiting for someone to tie their skates. To some new hockey parents' dismay, they watch for an hour to watch their child lay on the ice and make snow angels. What the child will gain from this sport cannot be measured in time or dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Kathleen Quinlan, a founding partner of Fior Botanica Natural Skin Care, for being named a finalist in the 2018 RBC Canadian Women Entrepreneur Awards. Kathleen is only one of 3 applicants in Canada to make it to the finalist status for the Micro Business Award. The RBC Canadian Women Entrepreneur Awards recognize female business owners from across Canada who make substantial contributions to the economy and embody a strong vision and passion. Winners of the awards were announced on the 26th Annual Awards Gala on November 21st at the Fairmount Royal York Hotel in downtown Toronto. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and all members of this House of Assembly please join me in congratulating Kathleen Quinlan and wish her all the best at the Awards Gala on November 21st. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery, we have 2 of my former students at Prince Andrew High School. We have Mr. Ryan McDonald, who just returned from South Korea, teaching English as an additional language. And we have Miss Charlotte Court, who just completed her Bachelor of Science at the University of Prince Edward Island. So I'll ask all members of the House to please give Charlotte and Ryan a warm welcome.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the birth of a very special constituent in Fairview Clayton Park. Nathan Michael Cablin was born on August 16, 2018 at 10:26 p.m. to his very thankful dad, Michael, and former page here at Province House, Mom Nicole. Nathan is a true blessing and joy to his family, and I'm excited to be able to watch him grow and see the remarkable young man I know that he will become. I'd like to ask the members of this House to join me in congratulating Michael and Nicole and celebrating baby Nathan. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Marianne Ritzy. For 25 years, Marianne owned and operated a small business in Cole Harbour. Her gift shop, Marianne's Gifts, has provided our community with one-of-a-kind Mother's Day gifts, birthday presents, furniture, pieces.
Order, please. Thank you very much for the reminder. I was so enthralled by the member statements. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition will add a couple of seconds at the end of the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question's for the Premier. We were all shocked at the recent news that there had been a spike in abuse at Nova Scotia's long-term care facilities. 42 cases actually were reported in 2017. That's nearly doubled the average from the previous 2 years. These involve cases of neglect, physical abuse, emotional, and even sexual abuse. Some cases were between residents, some between staff, and some between other residents with residents. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an all too familiar pattern for our healthcare system, and I'd like to know, how does the Premier expect Nova Scotians to trust that their parents and their grandparents and siblings are safe in long-term care in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of those across our province who are providing care, long-term care facilities from one end of Nova Scotia to the other. The report the honourable member is referring to, I read that report. I have asked the Department of Health for some information related to some parts of that report that the honourable member referred to. I think it's also for us to recognize that we have some of our loved ones are in long-term care facilities that have illnesses that are causing them to react differently than they ordinarily would, Mr. Speaker, and as we try to put supports around them, and as part of what this committee will do is look at how do we continue to make sure that we provide the appropriate care for our loved ones, at the same time ensuring that the safety of those in those facilities is paramount.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it was a struggle for the CBC to sift through the records they obtained from the FOIPOP officer for any usable information, and I will table that story by CBC. According to the article, descriptions of many of the reports are grayed out, and most of the directives given to the facilities are redacted. So government is obviously reluctant to give the details, and which manipulates the FOIPOP system. This is obviously a disgraceful pattern for government secrecy that continues, obviously at the expense of taxpayers. So what directives have been given to long-term care facilities, and what does the government want, and why do they want to keep it such a secret?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, again, I want to thank the honourable for the question. Her original question recognized, Mr. Speaker, that the FOIPOP officer had received information that led to the belief that the actual incidents are on the rise, Mr. Speaker. There's no way government is trying to hide from this. This is a very serious issue. There was a number of suggestions inside of that report that are concerning, Mr. Speaker. We need to continue to make sure that we work with those who are providing care in our long-term care facilities. It's why we've actually gone out and put together an expert panel to look at how do we best ensure that we deal with the issues that the honourable member is referring to today, the issues of bed sores that we've heard about that are not new phenomena, Mr. Speaker, but we need to deal with them, the seriousness of these, and we need to make sure that as we continue to live longer, as we continue to have illnesses that are causing some of us to act differently than we normally would, Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that we have the right kind of environment and services to provide them.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, these are new cases that I'm speaking about that just came out in a story as of yesterday. So there's not just one thing that is wrong in this system. Some facilities don't have enough staff. Some facilities have enough staff, but they're not properly trained. Some people say reports are filed. Some people say reports are never received. The left hand, Mr. Speaker, doesn't know what the right hand is doing, and the right hand thinks the left hand is afoot. This is all too familiar pattern for this government's inability to manage complex problems. We're all suffering, Mr. Speaker, through this Premier's fix for health care. I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, what his fix is particularly for long-term health care in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize that almost all residents in long-term care facilities, Mr. Speaker, having the experience and treatment that we believe and know they deserve, Mr. Speaker, the same kind of level of service that we want to ensure that every resident in our long-term care facilities have. It's their home. And all of us want to ensure that we have the safety of our surrounding and our environments in our homes. We do know, though, Mr. Speaker, there have been incidents, not just in the last number of years, but over periods of time, where, Mr. Speaker, the safety of some people in our residence has been put in jeopardy. And the honourable member is referring to reports that have been brought out. I said that's one of the things that we're having this expert panel look at to bring us back recommendations. I've said we want to have specific recommendations where we can make the investments and continue to improve the long-term care that we offer to our residents.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Throughout this session of the House, the Premier has repeatedly trumpeted Standard & Poor's recent revision of the province's credit rating. And it's important, as everybody recognizes a positive credit rating for the province is, it's also true that this trumpeting rings hollow to a lot of people in the province. Amongst them would be those single people who must rely on income assistance and whom the government is forcing to live at the moment on $810 a month, the second lowest assistance level anywhere in the country. I submit that as long as this remains the case, bond rating agency or no bond rating agency, the government's economic work remains a failure. And I want to ask the Premier, will he acknowledge that this is a fair and a reasonable assessment?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable for recognizing the Standard & Poor's has recognized the great work of our province, Mr. Speaker, and all Nova Scotians to continue to improve the financial outlook of our province. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not just simply to get to an end to means, Mr. Speaker, by balancing your budget. There's a reason for that. Today, I celebrated public servants who are dealing with the issue of program of opportunities for Nova Scotians. Over 650 young Nova Scotians have a job because of that investment we made into that particular program, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the Department of Immigration, Mr. Speaker, who's hitting every target to increase our population, which is providing new economic opportunities. This past weekend, I celebrated with the Lebanese community, Mr. Speaker, who are not only building this city, Mr. Speaker, but they're hiring our sons and daughters and providing more job opportunities, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the honourable member, when we had an opportunity, the single largest tax cut in the history of our province was directly to the very people he's referring to. We know there's more work to do. We're going to continue to make sure we have the right balance sheet to make those investments.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
And under the heading of those for whom the credit rating news rings hollow when we hear it trumpeted in this kind of way are those who are working in the province for minimum wage. Here's a fact that Standard & Poor's doesn't mention, that 40% of the people who live below the poverty line in Nova Scotia have a full-time, all-year-round job and often are unable to buy their groceries because their job doesn't pay them enough to do so, and the reason for that is that we are going to have in 1 week the lowest minimum wage in the entire country. So I want to ask the Premier, does he not feel some sense of, at this point, having fallen short, just shy now of the 6th year of his government being in power, when we're in a situation where the lowest paid people in our province are the lowest paid in the entire country?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the honourable for the question. As again, my first answer, I said the single largest tax cut in the history of our province is directed, Mr. Speaker, directed towards those Nova Scotians that he's referring to. Mr. Speaker, one of the mistakes, though, I will say, and we're going to continue to look for ways, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we improve the lives of all Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, we're also, when it comes to the minimum wage, following what the program that was put in place by the Democratic Party, he's probably right, Mr. Speaker. It probably was a mistake, and I should review it.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Others who remain unuplifted by the various pieces of financial information the Premier is bringing forward are the people who took out last year the 200,000 payday loans that were lent in our province, and the 4,000 people in our province who declared personal bankruptcy. So I want to ask, does the Premier not find it a bit unseemly or a bit unfitting to speak in these self-congratulatory and boastful times at a time in the midst of a time when so many people in our province are experiencing such intense financial problems?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, more Nova Scotians are working today than ever before, Mr. Speaker, in full-time jobs. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing startups increasing in our province, improving, Mr. Speaker, job opportunities for young Nova Scotians. We're seeing the construction boom, not only in this city, but in our highways across the province that are hiring Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing young people, Mr. Speaker, who see a future for themselves, attaching them to workplace in this province. Mr. Speaker, we're leading the country when it comes to economic outlook. Every other major financial institution is wrecking the good work that our province is doing, the good work that Nova Scotians are doing, and we're going to continue to make sure that we provide economic opportunities for all Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we're still trying to get to the bottom of the use of private email by the former Minister of Health. The FOIPOP Commissioner has asked for the Department of Health to produce certain emails to and from the former Minister of Health. It's a simple request. Just turn over the emails. There has been no indication that the Department of Health has even searched for these emails. I asked the Premier last week, but I'll ask the Minister of Health now. Can he confirm that the emails still exist, or have they been deleted?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that the department did undertake a search to identify emails, provided a body of email material as requested by the applicant. That information was provided, went out from the department. That search was undertaken on systems that were under the care and control of the department. That information was provided as part of that request.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
So the request was to share the emails. So the FOIPOP Commissioner was clear in her report. That's what the request was. The department ought to have care and control of those emails, and basic record-keeping practices should allow the department to find these emails quickly unless they have failed in these basic record-keeping practices. No one needs to get pulled off doctor recruitment to fulfill the Commissioner's request. So if the minister has the emails, will the minister produce them? And if he does not, will he explain how his department has failed to maintain simple record-keeping practices?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned previously, the department did receive a request through the FOIPOP process. The request was amended. The information was searched based upon that amended request, and that information was provided back to the applicant, Mr. Speaker. That work was done, and that information was provided.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
I would like to return to the question of the nursing home revelations we received today that my colleague brought up earlier. Striking originally in that it refers to a level in 2017 almost as great as putting 15 and 16 together for reports of abuse, but striking also in that a number of those incident reports contain references to an element in the incident of a shortage of staff or of an inadequate staff-to-resident ratio in the context in which that incident happened. Now, it's pretty well 4 years since the government began its program of cuts in nursing home funding, and in that time, administrators, employees, families, residents have all spoken about how the impact of those cuts has impacted staffing levels around the province. And so will the Premier acknowledge that with this report today, there is now more mounting evidence that his government has failed to uphold an appropriate standard of care in our nursing homes?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Tom for the question. As you know, as I've said, that we've appointed an expert panel, Mr. Speaker, to go look at long-term care facilities. We await for the recommendations that they will bring in to us, Mr. Speaker. I think it's sometime around the end of November. That timeline is to look through the budget process to make those investments. Our hope is that we'll get specific recommendations from this committee.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
But think about the time that passed before the panel was appointed. Month after month, season after season, year in and year out, we questioned the Premier about emerging reported problems in nursing homes. And throughout all that time, we were dismissed and brushed aside with answers about the government's investments and policies about home care. Now, after all of that time, earlier this month, the evidence somehow seems to have finally broken through, and we do have the announcement of the panel, and we are in our party hopeful about the work and recommendations of the panel, but we remain dismayed about all the time, all the years that have passed before any substantive changes in staffing levels are going to be made. So I want to ask the Premier, is he not concerned that his change of heart now has come too late in the day for many who would have benefited over the past number of years by staffing increases?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable for the question, and I want to tell him, Mr. Speaker, they're hardworking Nova Scotians across our province providing quality care to our loved ones in nursing homes from one end of this province to the other, Mr. Speaker. There has always been challenges, Mr. Speaker. They didn't resurface 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker. There were challenges when they were in government. There was challenges when they were in government. We continue to work to ensure that we provide the care as required. You referred to home care, Mr. Speaker. It's an important component. We're hearing from Nova Scotians who tell us they want to be in their home as long as possible. We need to provide them the supports, and that's what we're doing. At the same time, we'll wait for the report to come back from the expert panel about long-term care.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's been a custom of this House that the Public Accounts Committee meet weekly for 10 months out of the year. The Public Accounts Committee has not meant to question departmental officials in an open public meeting since June 6th. Due to the procedural maneuvering by the government members of the committee, October 10th is realistically the next time PAC will see an actual department witness. That's 4 months and at least 8 traditional meeting dates that will have been wasted. Can the Premier explain why the Public Accounts Committee has gone a third of a year without any departmental witnesses showing up?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member would know, Mr. Speaker, it has been also the tradition of this House that when June arrives, Mr. Speaker, there are no witnesses through the months that he's referring to. The reality of it is this House was prorogued. We had throne speech. Committees are being reconstituted. As you know, we answered the request about having a health policy committee. I look forward to public accounts committees when they come out. Also remind this House, when you look across the country, we sit more than any other Canadian jurisdiction by twice as much.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much. You know, the Premier knows full well that the committee stopped a few weeks short of their normal length. But you know what? It is Right to Know Week. It's an opportunity to raise awareness of individuals' right to access government information while promoting freedom of information as essential to both democracy and good governance. And the Public Accounts Committee is a vital means for members of this House to examine the affairs of government. It's a key pillar in transparency and accountability. And I understand it meets more frequently than the Premier would like, but at that, it's always been the nature of our committee. Can the Premier tell us why is he avoiding accountability by not allowing departmental officials to appear before PAC?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank Honourable for the question, but I do want to correct him, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is it did not stop meeting any earlier than it had in the past, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is he can go check the dates if he likes, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is that's simply not true. The reality is we don't sit through the summer months. Now those members who sit on the committee, Mr. Speaker, will put their work together. The Premier doesn't run the committee that he's referring to. Mr. Speaker, I'm out selling this province, Mr. Speaker. Why more young people are working here? That's why we're getting great standards already. Why our exports are up, Mr. Speaker. Why more young people are seeing a future in this province, Mr. Speaker. Why we're seeing more international students want to come, live and work and play here and grow our economy, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. That's my job, and I'm going to continue to do it, Mr. Speaker, because you want to know why? We're having great success.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, my office received a call from a woman crying out for help because of lack of response she is receiving from the healthcare system. This woman struggles daily with depression and has been at times suicidal. Since relocating to Truro, she no longer is able to see her psychologist in Yarmouth twice a month. She believed that she is not receiving equal access because of where she lives in the province as in Truro. So my question to the Minister, does he feel there's equal access to provision of services for all Nova Scotians suffering from poor mental health, and will he commit to follow up with this individual?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's without getting into details of specific individuals, as the member, I believe, would know as Minister, I'm not able to do. I believe the member did have conversations with other representatives of the legislature from two different parties that did advise that there's been a lot of work and support being provided to the individual that he's referenced, that there is supports available. The member would know, including a crisis line for individuals if they are in a period of crisis. We have been investing heavily, as the member would know, and all members of this legislature, in improving mental health care access. Mr. Speaker, will continue to take those steps and encourage the member, if he has the individual case, we can get him in touch with the appropriate people to provide the care that's needed.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that Nova Scotians requesting help in their time of need are considered noise to this government. It's also a shame, and some people would even call it pathetic, the responses we are receiving from this minister that are no way close to the questions we are asking. Last week, I asked the minister to attend a rally in Cape Breton. This past week or so, he could listen to hundreds of in attendance, but there was just no show again. The minister wouldn't answer to me a simple question of yes or no, but he told the Cape Breton Post that he had a scheduling conflict. No, table that article, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the minister is, if he couldn't attend because of a scheduling conflict, why didn't he simply just answer our question last week when we asked and explain to us the reason why?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite, raises some concerns. As the member, I think, in his first question demonstrated, we do work, I think, as all members of this legislature, on behalf of our constituents. We work, Mr. Speaker, with the government officials, the healthcare partners, to help navigate that system when our constituents aren't sure where to turn, Mr. Speaker. And again, the member opposite bringing concerns to the floor when he knows full well, Mr. Speaker, that not just the system but other MLAs within this legislature, within the community, are reaching out, are trying to provide that support to individuals. I think it's that kind of approach, Mr. Speaker, that's the challenge, and in the approach that member's trying to bring when we're working to improve the healthcare system, and all he's trying to do is find fault and not recognise the important investments that we've been making, Mr. Speaker, in our healthcare system across the province.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes. Order, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In early August, government sent out an RFP to review emergency health services in our province. Nova Scotians see ambulances lined up at hospitals and worry won't be available if and when they need it. The time for interested companies to submit a bid on the review has passed. So my question to the Minister of Health, will the Minister update the House on how much the EHS review will cost and when it will be complete?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, the RFP did go out. The work is ongoing. The work that the member knows, we have a keen interest in improving our EHS system, including offload times, where there were a number of questions brought up last week. I've mentioned the efforts that are ongoing to make those improvements. I've met and had conversations with both union representatives of our paramedics as well as paramedics on the front line. Mr. Speaker, I've taken the information they've provided to heart, and we are working to improve the system, and that's what part of that RFP is all about.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, the problems are not entirely EHS issues. It's an issue of the assembly line of healthcare. There are other issues that, if addressed, would reduce the problems with EHS waiting at hospitals. ER departments are the canary in the coal mine of the healthcare system. Problems there indicate problems throughout the entire system. So my question to the Minister, will the Minister admit that any EHS redesign, no matter how good, is doomed to fail if he doesn't recognize and fix the many other issues in the healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe, as I alluded to in my first response, as I mentioned several times last week in response to questions about ambulance offload times, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is we do recognize that our healthcare system is integrated. We rely on a wide variety of healthcare professionals in a wide variety of roles to provide the care that Nova Scotians need. Mr. Speaker, an example that I used, which was a change, Mr. Speaker, that incorporated changes within our hospital environment, emergency department, making use of the skill sets of nurses as well as paramedics, Mr. Speaker, that help support and improve the offload times at a Dartmouth General Hospital. Work is underway, Mr. Speaker, to understand exactly how well those impacts have been and how we can roll it out in other parts of our hospital systems.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. This weekend, people gathered at the Cape Breton County Exhibition Grounds to raise their concerns about the closures of community hospitals in the CBRM. Unfortunately, the Minister was unable to attend. I wonder, would he have rearranged his schedule had he known that more than 400 concerned citizens would show up looking for someone they could hold accountable for this decision? Mr. Speaker, what is the Minister's excuse for ignoring the citizens of Cape Breton?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're doing from a healthcare perspective in the Cape Breton region is well known. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in that region. We are revitalizing the infrastructure for our healthcare system in New Waterford and North Sydney, Mr. Speaker, providing new primary healthcare facilities where citizens will receive primary healthcare services. They'll continue to receive blood services, Mr. Speaker, x-rays and other healthcare services in those facilities. We're nearly doubling our long-term care access in those communities, Mr. Speaker. We're expanding our emergency room and doubling the size of our cancer care centre at Cape Breton Regional, Mr. Speaker, and expanding services in Glace Bay as well.
The Honourable Minister of Health has the floor.
So, Mr. Speaker, I categorically disagree with the member's suggestion that we're ignoring Cape Bretoners. In fact, we're investing in healthcare for Cape Bretoners.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Minister's response because if you categorically disagree, then you should probably watch, or the Minister should watch the video where doctors describe at the meeting in North Sydney just how they were not informed or included in the decisions and they completely disagree with you. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, emergency rooms in New Waterford and North Sydney were closed again. Residents are frustrated and for good reason. They've been asking for answers and they're getting silence. We are not getting new beds. We are not getting one new bed in the emergency room in the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, and we all know that. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask once again, with the Minister having enough notice to free your schedule, will you come to New Waterford to consult with the residents on the closure of their hospital on October the 14th and actually listen to their concerns?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, as the member would know, and we've been very clear since we made the announcement in June that, in fact, the next phase, which is underway of this revitalization process, is to do the functional plan. Based on the member's comments, I'm not sure if she's received a copy of that plan because I certainly haven't, Mr. Speaker, for her to make accusations and conclusions that simply haven't been there. The suggestions around expanding emergency.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre will come to order. The Honourable Minister of Health.
That would be, Mr. Speaker, her conclusion that there would be no changes or expansion in the emergency departments, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what the functional planning process is all about.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre will excuse herself for the balance of question period. The Honourable Minister of Health.
That's exactly what the functional planning process is about, Mr. Speaker. That work is underway. That's where consultation is taking place, Mr. Speaker, to understand the impacts and the opportunities to properly design these facilities in New Waterford, North Sydney, as well as Cape Breton and Glace Bay to improve the future of healthcare for all Cape Bretoners.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. As everybody is now well aware, the Cole Harbour Eastern Passage constituency that I represent does not have a single family doctor, and we're one of the few that does not have funding for a collaborative health centre. Those fortunate to have a family doctor are terrified that their doctor is going to leave the province or retire, particularly as our doctors are the lowest paid in Canada. In order to address this issue, many physicians are looking to change their fee structure from the fee-for-service model to the alternative payment plan. Can the minister detail for the House how many physicians have successfully switched to the alternative payment plan and how many are currently in the process of switching? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I think one of the things that she forgot to reference was the progress being made to provide nurse practitioner in her community, to provide that care for her community that hadn't been there in many, many years. But, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the current numbers of physician breakdown based upon their compensation model, I don't have that in detail at my fingertips, but I could certainly reach out to staff and get that information back to the member.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer, and I do applaud him for giving me the funding for a clinical nurse practitioner, but I've been dragging the process along for the last 14 months, and we still don't have one yet, so I'm going to encourage the Minister to help speed that along. I recently learned that 4 physicians, including my own family doctor from the Alberta Lake Medical Clinic in Dartmouth, have been waiting for over 5 months to find out if their application to move from fee-for-service to the alternative payment plan has been accepted. As we struggle to attract new doctors, we cannot afford to frustrate the physicians we already have. These critical health professionals are being stalled for months on end for an answer to their funding change application. My question to the Minister of Health is, what is an acceptable turnaround time for a physician to change from fee-for-service to the alternative payment plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the important things to recognize when it comes to discussing the different models of compensation that are available for physicians in the province is not just the traditional 2 models known as the fee-for-service, which would be your historical traditional model, and the alternative payment APP, or some people refer to as a salaried approach, Mr. Speaker, but in fact a new 3rd model, which Doctors Nova Scotia has certainly been advocating for, which is the notion of a blended capitation approach of model. So there's a lot of work ongoing, Mr. Speaker, engaged with the association representing physicians across the province. We know we're going into negotiations, so there's a lot of work ongoing around what the best model is to ensure, as the member's concern was highlighted and duly noted, that we have the right model to make this an attractive place for all physicians to work.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Last week I stood here and asked the Minister about the closures at All Saints Hospital in South Cumberland. As I stated last week, All Saints was closed 202 hours since August 1st, and South Cumberland Community Care Centre, ER, closed for 252 hours since July 29th. That's more than a quarter of the time for All Saints and more than a third of the time for South Cumberland. Now we have learned that this week, ER at All Saints will be closed all but 12 hours this week. My question to the Minister, are the regular closures of the ER hospital good groundwork for eventually closing All Saints Hospital?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member may know, the preceding circumstances that result in the Nova Scotia Health Authority advising of closures of emergency departments in communities, and the examples cited by the member is a last resort, Mr. Speaker. That occurs after they've exhausted their efforts to find staff for vacancies that may be temporary vacancies for vacations or other absentees within the system. Mr. Speaker, we've taken steps as a government to improve the locum funding opportunities, to encourage physicians to be available. We continue our recruitment efforts. NSHA has hired additional recruitment staff in the Northern Zone to help improve the situation for communities like the members.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do recognize that the locum program, and they are trying to make it work, but Quite frankly, it's just not working for these two hospitals. The closure at Northside and New Waterford Consolidated sent shockwaves throughout this province. Everyone is sensitive to this pattern, and people believe if their hospital is not a regional hospital, their days are numbered. Again, I will ask today to the Minister, as long as he is Minister of Health, will he commit to me for Cumberland South that Spring Hill Hospital at All Saints and South Cumberland and Parisborough will remain open?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've committed to the member and his colleagues and all members of this legislature in the past, Mr. Speaker, my commitment to this legislature, and indeed to all Nova Scotians, is to fulfill my mandate to the best of my abilities. That's the oath I took, Mr. Speaker, as a member and as a minister, and I will continue to do that and fulfill my obligations. And that means, Mr. Speaker, to make the best decisions possible to ensure that we provide the best care possible to all Nova Scotians. We'll continue to do that, and we do that, Mr. Speaker, by hearing from our frontline professionals, our healthcare professionals, to provide input and advice on the policies that we need to adopt to move forward. And we continue to make those changes, as the member acknowledged, around recruitment and locum programs. We'll continue to do that to provide the care Nova Scotians need and deserve.
The Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. The delivery of home care services in Nova Scotia is in crisis and needs a new funding model to properly address the current shortfalls service providers are facing. In order to deliver services, agencies must often overspend due to travel time and cancel visits. Some agencies must repay the government for the over-expenditure, but not all do. Staff are stressed because there's constant pressure to reduce travel time, which is nearly impossible given fluctuating client demand and, in many cases, geography. The government talks a big game on home care, yet providers still lack adequate funding, creating systemic stress amongst agencies and workers. My question to the Minister, when will the funding model be changed to adequately fund this essential service?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been investing heavily in home care services throughout the province, Mr. Speaker. This has been something we committed to. It's something that we've taken action on, Mr. Speaker. I believe the investment total, increased investment, has been something in the vicinity of over $65 million, Mr. Speaker, targeted towards home care services and expansion. The results of that, Mr. Speaker, are clear in many parts of the province. We've virtually eliminated wait times for people to get access to home care. Mr. Speaker, we've seen lots of improvements throughout the province as a result of these investments.
The Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, many home care service providers are experiencing staff recruitment and retention issues across the province. With the fluctuation of caseloads, few employees in home care have a guaranteed income. Because of staffing issues, hospital stays are prolonged because care cannot be put in place in the home. Wait lists for those who require care grow, and in some cases, a missed visit can occur because causing undue stress to those in need. So my question to the Minister, what is government's plan to recruit and retain home care workers?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The work that we have committed to around home care continues. We recognize that the care of many Nova Scotians and their preference in many instances is to stay at home as long as possible. We recognize that in order to do that, they do require the appropriate cares and supports. That's why we've made significant investments, I believe over $65 million in the last number of years of increased investments towards our home care services, Mr. Speaker. That's what we've been doing in an effort to address wait lists and ensure that the care that people need in their homes is available when they need it.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question today is for the Minister of Health. Over the past few weeks, we've heard terrible examples of the service gaps for people who have experienced sexual violence, including 2 totally unacceptable cases of women in the Truro region, one of whom left the hospital with only a pamphlet and the other who left the RCMP empty-handed. I have voiced my concerns several times, and both the Central Nova Women's Resource Centre and Colchester Sexual Assault Centre have also voiced their concerns about this lack of essential health service in our Central Nova region. region. So, in fact, they've sent 2 letters to the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the Minister of Health. So my question for the Minister is this. Can the Minister confirm today when the sexual assault nurse examiner program will be available in Truro?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the member raising this important question. I know, Mr. Speaker, this, while it is on behalf of constituents and concern for all Nova Scotians, I think members of the House know specifically how personal this question is for the member. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact dates lined up, but I can assure the member that work is ongoing. We're looking at a couple of different proposals for addressing and getting set up. I've met with representatives of a women's organization that provides sane services to learn about their proposal. I've met with representatives from both the department as well as the Nova Scotia Health Authority to discuss, and they are working on bringing those detailed proposals on a path forward to get this implemented, both short and long-term solutions.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that response. You know, the SANE programs are currently operating in Halifax, Dartmouth, Lower Sackville, Antigonish, New Glasgow, the Port Hawkesbury area, Yarmouth, and the government has also recently announced additional sites in Cape Breton and Annapolis Valley and the South Shore. That's wonderful for you people, but we don't have one in central Colchester, and it's a big problem. So, Mr. Speaker, the Colchester Sexual Assault Centre has collaborated with the Antigonish Women's Resource Centre and SANE personnel to establish a viable proposal to address the lack of essential service in our region. But they do need government support to put their plans into action. So, Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit today to provide the Colchester Sexual Assault Centre with the funding needed to provide these essential services in our area?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. Indeed, the Women's Resource Centre that I'd met with, the member referenced there, I met with the Antigonish Women's Resource Centre about 2 weeks ago, received that proposal. My colleague, the member for Colchester North, met with both the Colchester Women's Resource Centre as well as the Antigonish Women's Resource Centre, I believe about a week ago. She also received that proposal and brought it to my attention. As I've mentioned, the work is underway to determine if that proposal or for short or long term or if there's another path forward. But the work is underway. As I said, we're committed to bringing the model forward to Truro. I'm waiting for the final details on what the proposed approach is best suited to get the service there in the short term as well as the long term for the northern region.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
I was afraid I was going to be left standing in the lurch there for a second, but I have a question for the Minister of Business. Mr. Speaker, I recently plugged my laptop into my desk here at the Legislature, and I can report we have incredible high-speed internet service. We have speed of up to almost 850 megabytes per second. But in rural Nova Scotia, many people are living with less than 1 megabyte per second. High-speed internet is as important today in a home as indoor plumbing. It's a basic requirement for most people in terms of where they live and being even able to work at home. The government has announced millions to improve internet service, and it would appear that the private industry in the province is content to let government fix the problem. Does the minister realize that his government's announcement of millions of dollars has effectively stalled any further improvements by the private sector for rural internet users?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do thank the member for the question, although I completely disagree with the premise of that. The term commonly used is market failure. The reality is that in some areas, some regions of the province, there's no business plan. It doesn't make any viable sense for a private sector operator to try to invest to get to these remote places. That's just the reality of it. So they look to government, they look to the people who they elect to put together a program that provides that and invest very important tax dollars to get that job done. And Mr. Speaker, at $193 million, we're setting the tone for the entire nation with respect to broadband and internet investment. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the minister's not arguing that internet service providers are poor, because we know they're not. They're very profitable. And I can understand, but I think there has to be some acknowledgement by industry that they play a role in the economy. And, you know, sometimes business cases improve in areas of the province. And I can appreciate the government wants to get this right. A minister commented last week that a past government promised to deliver high speed for all, but did not achieve that. But the fact is, the companies that took that subsidy did have to connect anyone who came to them within that 5-year period. We know, my question for the minister, what conversations has the minister had with industry? Do they remain committed to constant improvement of service and continued investment of their own to improve service in rural Nova Scotia? Because we are not seeing it throughout most of the province.
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with respect to the promise to get internet access to all Nova Scotians a number of years back, what I said around that was that it was an impossible task, and I think that even the Premier of the day and the government of the day didn't appreciate the magnitude of that challenge. And that wasn't a criticism, that's just the reality of it. It's $500 million as we stand here. So it was something that you couldn't predict at that time, and I know they wanted to get there, but obviously that's something that we're still not even close to, but we're going to get us a whole lot closer. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the ISPs, look, we know who they are, we know who the players are. They're going to have a very important role here. I'm not going to throw them under the bus and make this that they're a part of this problem. They're going to be part of the solution. That includes private sector investment, so they're going to help us get there. Thanks.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My questions to the Minister of Lands and Forests. I received a letter from the Yarmouth County Mutual Aid Association, which I will table, but I'll find it here in my notes. The Mutual Aid Association has become concerned with the forest fire capacity, fire fighting capacity in Yarmouth County and surrounding areas. According to the letter, more and more volunteer firefighters being called out to fight forest fires. Now, this has been traditionally a responsibility of the province. My question to the Minister of Lands and Forests, could the Minister provide some detail on the current forest fighting capacity in Yarmouth County?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. There has been no reductions in staff over the last number of years. We always move our resources around given where the activity and the forest fires are occurring. There is also no burn zones that we put up, and I know the member's area applies to that. We also base our helicopters in strategic areas, so we continue to provide that service in that area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I do believe what the Mutual Aid Association is telling us, that they are putting more hours into forest fires than they have before. With the recent drought conditions, I can certainly understand why this summer might see an uptick in forest fires. The Mutual Aid Association claims that this has been ongoing for a few years now. Firefighters, volunteer firefighters, are primarily focused on residential fire protection, the occasional small brush or grass fire. And when the volunteers are called out to fight forest fires, resources end up being spread thin, and that creates vulnerabilities in fire coverage across the county. Will the minister commit to properly resourcing department firefighting capacity in the Yarmouth area so volunteer firefighters can focus on their residents?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all the firefighters across the province who deliver outstanding service. Very impressed with all the work that they've been doing, and I want to actually remind the member that when we do need more resources, our sister provinces are there to help out as we help and reciprocate that service to them. I also want to table a chart here that shows that our service and our FTEs in the area and throughout southwest Nova Scotia has remained at the same level since 2016-17. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll table that.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Immigration. The Nova Scotia Express entry programs are meant to speed up the immigration process for applicants with specific employment qualifications. With our aging population, we are in need of people who work in caregiving occupations. Mr. Speaker, this year we have opened up new streams to fill gaps in other professions that have shown a clear need, like early childhood educators. Unfortunately, caregiving professions do not qualify for the express entry streams. My question is this, Mr. Speaker. Is there any action being taken to open express entry immigration streams to caregiving professions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague for the very important question. It also gives me the opportunity to tell all members of the great work and success that we're having in the Nova Scotia Office of Immigration and all of our streams. First, I do want to thank the office, the staff, the Premier for making immigration a priority for the last number of years in this province. And I want to really express again my let Nova Scotians know of the great work we're doing in terms of our landings. It's the highest number that we have in this region. Our retention levels are the highest numbers that we have in the region, so is our population growth. And all that is leading to economic success in our express entry and in all of our 6 streams at the provincial nominee. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a meeting earlier this year with Northwood Home Care, I learned they needed to hire 50 to 60 people immediately to fill the needs of their patients. Mr. Speaker, I have constituents who are certified in caregiving professions but are unable to work because of their immigration status and have been turned away from the express entry streams. Mr. Speaker, these individuals want to work to help fill the clear gaps in our system, but they face long wait times until they are able to work here. My question is this, Mr. Speaker, does the Minister have plans to use the Department of Immigration to fill the gaps in our caregiving professions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. We definitely do. So we have a number of streams. We have 6 streams. We've got 2 under the express entry, but I also want to remind you we have the skilled stream as well, which they can definitely use that. We also have the Atlantic Immigration Pilot, which has been working marvelously in the province over the last year and a half, which I invite them to contact us and we will help steer them in the specific direction that they need to come to. It may not necessarily be express entry, it could be one of the other streams, and we're always there to assist them in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers with a little bit extra time there added on. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call public bills for second reading?
We'll now call public bills for second reading.
Mr. Speaker, can you call Bill number 49, the Gaming Control Act?
We'll now call Bill number 49, the Gaming Control Act. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move Bill 49 now be read a second time. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, is an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act, and it is specific to casino voluntary self-exclusion program. Mr. Speaker, Bill 49 will provide authority to improve an important program that helps people who are concerned about their gambling. Government is committed to helping those who are experiencing gambling-related problems and supports a number of resources to assist those Nova Scotians. Those include the Gambling Support Network, responsible gambling resource centres at both casino in Sydney and Halifax, addiction counselling, awareness and education programs, including brochures, online information, and recognizing Gambling Awareness Week. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Casino Responsible Gambling Training Program for employees includes information to support players. And, Mr. Speaker, 100% of all employees have completed that training. There is also an assessment program for new products with a focus on social responsibility. One of the programs that we have as part of government allows people to ban themselves from Nova Scotia's 2 casinos. That is the Voluntary Self-Exclusion Program, which was introduced in 1995 and has not been updated since that time. It is not flexible, it is not an effective program, and the Responsible Gaming Corporation recommended that the Nova Scotia Gaming Corp review the current voluntary self-exclusion practices. Bill 49 will provide the authority for more flexibility for the program to adopt best practices. It will also provide authority for the implementation of variable time lengths for the voluntary ban to provide more options for participants, and the disentitlement of prizes or winnings and the forfeiture of wagers if a person is under a voluntary ban and enters a casino in contravention of their self-exclusion. And in addition, it will help players better manage their play. A key element under the program is the length of time the ban is in place. Currently, it is a mandatory lifetime ban. Nova Scotia is the only province with a lifetime ban in their voluntary self-exclusion program. Also, if a participant wants to leave the program, there is currently a very cumbersome process involving an application to Service Nova Scotia, appearing before a UARB hearing, and possibly a psychological assessment and/or a financial assessment. These are not best practices. Government intends to modernize the program to make it flexible and to reflect the best practices for the players to help themselves. Once the legislation passes, work will begin to develop this program. The legislation provides the authority to amend the regulations. Consultation with stakeholders, the Addictions Council, the Responsible Gambling Council, Departments of Health, Department of Justice, as well as an outreach to those who may have a problem with gambling or to friends of those who may have a problem, will be an important part of the process to develop the new regulations. Mr. Speaker, I would welcome the comments from other members of the legislature as we proceed with second reading on Bill 49.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, and I'll just speak for a few moments on Bill 49, the Gaming Control Act. You know, the Minister brings up the issue of the voluntary self-exclusion program. And I understand going to best practices, looking at how other provinces are doing. I think we're adopting BC's model in how this self-exclusion issue works. For those individuals who find themselves addicted to gambling, of course, for a long time, they identified themselves. Their pictures were put in a big binder, and then it was up to staff of the casino to review that book once in a while to make sure that that person was not in gambling. Not a very effective program, quite honestly. So hopefully there's more updates to how the monitoring of these individuals is going to be. If you do self-exclude, how that fits in, how the monitoring of it is going to continue. The question that I have for the Minister, and I hope she has the opportunity to update us or to inform us on her closing remarks, really revolves around the issue of if somebody who is self-excluded does go to the casino, play something, whatever it is, because by the time staff looks through that book and tries to figure out whether you're excluded or not is quite difficult. They win something. Let's say they won $500 on a machine or on one of the tables. They then show up to pick up their check, and then that's probably where they're going to get identified. So they're not eligible to actually take that winnings because they're excluded. Where does that money go? Is it put into a fund for problem gamblers or other problem gambling programs? Or is it taken in by the casino as revenue? Or is it just given to the general coffers of the province? So there's a question around that one that I hope she has the opportunity to answer during her response. But beyond that, I think this is very little concern on the bill as it goes forward. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased that the government is thinking about the issue of gambling and gambling addiction, Mr. Speaker. I know this change to the voluntary self-exclusion program in Nova Scotia is to align ourselves with what other jurisdictions have put in place. And it's my understanding we are the only jurisdiction that has a lifetime ban in place. So I could understand to some degree looking at that and revisiting it. But Mr. Speaker, this is a great opportunity, or it was a great opportunity for the government to look at gambling here in Nova Scotia. We know over the last number of years there has been some changes with previous implementation of programs, services. And it's my understanding that at the time of those changes, the government indicated that the programs weren't meeting the goals that initially were sought after, which is fine, Mr. Speaker. But we do, I think, in Nova Scotia, recognize that the government does have a very important role to play when it comes to gambling here in Nova Scotia. And I've always indicated and supported the fact that we do need to have a regulated gambling and gaming system in Nova Scotia. Over the 15 years that I've been here, we've seen reports time and time again around jurisdictions that don't have that regulated form of gambling oversight, and it's pretty scary what goes on. It's kind of what has been described in the past as a wild, wild west of gaming in jurisdictions around the globe when they don't have a regulated system. So we've always taken that that stance, and it's important, I think, for the government and the current government to recognize that they need to look at every opportunity they can to make sure that not only we regulate gaming in the province, but we try to mitigate the negative impact that it has. We cannot put our heads in the sand and say that gaming does not have a negative impact on the lives of Nova Scotians in this province. And you know, we know a number of years ago there was a gaming strategy in the province that was updated. I might say by a very good minister, Mr. Speaker, I try to do that without a smile, Mr. Speaker. But the truth is that the last update of the gaming strategy that I produced was some time ago, Mr. Speaker, 2010 or 2011. So we're 6, 7 years past the update, and I know previous to the previous government, the Conservatives did an update of the gaming strategy. So maybe the minister, in her closing comments, could indicate that this is on the burner of her department to update the gaming strategy. To make sure that the government is not only regulating gaming in the province, like we see with the voluntary self-exclusion program and updating that, but really important to make sure that we're looking at the negative effects of gaming in this province, and that's the addiction that we see many people have in the province. So we do look forward to seeing if there's any presenters and any witnesses at law amendments, but I would encourage at this time the government to seriously take a look at making sure that they update the gaming strategy so that Nova Scotians know that the government understands that, yes, we're in the business of gambling in the province as a government, but we're also in the business of trying to mitigate the negative impact that has on some people here in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance. It will be to close second reading of Bill number 49, the Gaming Control Act. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the two members opposite who spoke to this bill, and specifically to the first speaker regarding the funds. I know that when it does take time for people when they're on the floor, if they're not supposed to be there, to be identified. I do know that security is certainly aware of, but there may be some winnings before somebody is identified and asked to leave. So I will get the answer for that to that question. For the member, and to share it with all, because it is an important question, and we know that the winnings can't leave with the person who is self-excluded, but we do need to know what happens to those. So I would also say to the member from Cobequid, Sackville Cobequid, I do want to congratulate him on being the author of the second edition of the gaming strategy. I was there. In 2005, I believe, there was the first gaming strategy was introduced. It was updated in 2011 by the government of the day. We certainly follow that gaming strategy. We recognize the importance any government has for social responsibility to ensure that we have programs in place to help those who either self-identify as needing help or whose family members or friends may identify. And so it's important that we keep our eye on the programs and are they effective. If they are, we will continue or enhance them, and if they're not, we will discontinue them. But we certainly are cognizant of that. We do have a huge responsibility as government to make sure that in a province where gaming and gambling is regulated, that the regulations are meeting the objectives of all of us. So we will certainly keep our eye on that. And with those few comments, I look forward to the responses that we may get, to the information we may get, and the comments from law amendments.
Motion is for second reading of Bill number 49, the Gaming Control Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 49, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 51, the Halifax Convention Centre Act?
We'll now call Bill number 51, the Halifax Convention Centre Act. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 51, the Halifax Convention Centre Act, be now read a second time. This government is doing things differently to grow our economy, attract new investment, more immigrants, and more visitors to Nova Scotia. A modern Halifax Convention Centre is certainly a key part of that, Mr. Speaker. And while the Convention Centre itself is a spectacular and vibrant part of the city, the amendments in this bill are very much routine. Events East manages and operates the Convention Centre, and the province and the Halifax Regional Municipality have a 50-50 partnership in owning the centre. The amendments to this legislation give Events East more clarity about their business, and at the same time, the amendments ensure that the oversight is in line with other public entities and Crown corporations. This legislation will provide more organizational clarity, which is good for the province and the municipality as shareholders. And it's good for Events East, Mr. Speaker. It'll allow them to focus on identifying business, attracting large events, and welcoming visitors. So far, so good this year. In the first year of operations, the Convention Centre will host more than 160 events, attracting more than 100,000 guests. And with that, I turn it over to the opposition for your comments.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this piece of legislation. I rise with some concern and some surprise to see government reducing what appears to be, at least, in looking at the legislation, reducing the amount of accountability for an asset that Nova Scotians have invested significantly in, to the tune of millions of dollars, and something that is that they've invested in, and that that is going to be employing Nova Scotians through, well, essentially it's through government. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise with some concern because I think about eliminating an annual report of accountability. Why do that? If we are shareholders in that operation in terms of past investment made in it, that alone, especially to the tune that we've made it in, would suggest that we should be asking for an annual report of accountability. Are we not interested in how the centre does? Do we not have a stake in it, given our past investment? So I rise with concern about that. I do know that there are some other elements in here, Mr. Speaker, about allowing them to decide their own timing for strategic planning. And to no longer have to, it would appear, based on what I'm reading, I may be wrong, but it would appear that they no longer need to provide estimates for the budget in the spring. So those are causes for concern, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the minister can address those as the bill proceeds, as I know it will, because I'm sure the government members will be supporting it. I also think about executive compensation. Mr. Speaker, show me an executive who doesn't think they're worth $1 million a year. I used to work in the investment industry, and if you looked at the reports of publicly traded companies, it was absolutely astounding to see the amounts of compensation paid to individuals, to the point you could not imagine how anybody could be worth that kind of money, how anybody in a business operation could contribute that much value to be paid upwards of $1 million a year, or upwards of $10 million a year, or $15 million a year. And I think, Mr. Speaker, about all the Nova Scotians out there who are working for much, much less than that. We've heard comments today about people in the province, 40% of the people living below the poverty line are actually working full-time jobs. So I think that is gross inequity, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it really serves our society well. This is an asset that's been paid for largely by the public. I know there has been private sector investment, but all of those things considered, I think in this legislature we need to think about executive compensation and what it means with this legislation to just remove the cap on that. And, so Mr. Speaker, I rise with those concerns. I'm not going to say too much more today, but I wanted to put those comments on the record, and look forward to hearing from other members' comments of the House, and maybe perhaps hearing from the public as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also look forward to hopefully hearing from some members of the public on this at law amendments. This is substantially publicly owned, and so I think they certainly have a say. And to that end, while some of these changes certainly are administrative and routine, as the minister said, there are others that cause some red flags. And I have to say that whenever you hear the word routine connected with some piece of legislation, I think it's a little bit of an indication that one ought to look a little bit closer. In my conversations with people around the Halifax Regional Municipality, it seems as though they are satisfied with the substance of this bill, which I think is important because they are also co-owners and have liability for the convention centre. But I am, like my colleague, concerned about the reduction in public oversight. It's a public project. It was built with public funds, and the public has a right to a detailed understanding of the decisions made by Events East. I understand that some of these rules were set in place before Events East began operating. Some of this may be unnecessary paperwork, but in so many areas, this government repeatedly downplays the importance of public accountability and transparency. The lack of transparency we're hearing so much about is also becoming a concern, not just for some members of this House, but also for the public around Events East. It may be that Events East doesn't need to report on its performance in comparison to other convention centres in the province, but I don't know why we would lower the standards by which we judge our convention centre's success in order to come into line with what other people are doing. I think we should always be looking to create best practices, particularly when it comes to government oversight. So we'll be following this closely. As I said, we are all for streamlining the process and reducing unnecessary paperwork, but we are always more concerned with not sacrificing transparency and accountability. So with those few comments, I'll take my seat.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise today to say a few words here towards Halifax Convention Centre Act, the amendments that are being put forward. Again, I would like to echo the comments of my colleagues and put them on record that there does seem to be a slippery slope here as far as removing certain levels of accountability when it comes to especially Crown corporations. At the end of the day, Nova Scotians, and as much as there is private investment, obviously, that has been put forward in this project, also, there's a great deal of public money, public funds, both on a municipal level, provincial level, and so forth. They are the primary shareholders in any type of project of this magnitude that's put under the auspices of a Crown corporation. It's really important, and I don't know any corporation, any corporate shareholders that would ever put up with not having several layers of accountability as far as knowing where their dollars are being invested on an annual basis. And so we seem to be asking the province and the people of Nova Scotia to have to adhere to a different standard. As far as public accountability, and we seem to be eroding that process, and I'll state that again. It was only 4 years ago, really, that this government put forward this Crown Corporation in the first place, and in it, it was stated that it would be accountable to Nova Scotians for its results. In fact, it was the former Minister of ERDT that stated it will be accountable to Nova Scotians for its results. Well, I would like to hold the government to that statement and make certain that when I see changes in a bill that has such a large potential to affect a lot of Nova Scotians, and I see, for example, in some of the changes that raises the contract ceiling requiring Minister and HRMCAO sign off from $250,000 to $500,000 for any agreement or contract that will result in compensation, including benefits, payments, excluding applicable consumption taxes. Boy, that raises a large red flag for me. Most Nova Scotians are barely scraping by, and perhaps, you know, in government terms and public coffer terms, $250,000 or $500,000 doesn't seem like a whole lot. Well, to the average Nova Scotian, I think that they would feel a lot more confident to know that there are extra layers of accountability in signing off on any dollars that are going through public coffers, but especially dollars of this magnitude. So there's many more things that I could say on this. I'll hold my comments to go through law amendments. And if I may say, Mr. Speaker, I really do hope, even though it is in the middle of the day or the kind of middle of the afternoon, 3 o'clock is usually when we hold law amendments, it is so vitally important that Nova Scotians come forward if they have concerns about this. And I know that many Nova Scotians have a lot on their plate in the middle of the day. Many people are working. But this affects all legislation that goes through this House, affects the average Nova Scotian every single day, because it's their money that is being invested in these projects, and it's their money that needs to be properly accounted for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fine to recognize the Honourable Minister of Business. It will be to close second reading of Bill number 51, the Halifax Convention Centre Act. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the members opposite for their comments. As always, I look forward to the law amendments process and the participation of the public as well on this. Should there be any representation, I want to make it very clear to the opposition, though I can appreciate the concern if that's the one that they're sort of around with respect to the operational plan. What's required in sort of the outdated legislation and how the governance works is very much redundant. With respect to their reporting, annual business plan is standard for Crown corporations. They are required for that. To do that, so that'll be an annual report. Also, the strategic plan that they're required to produce, not only do they produce that, there's a third-party vetting, a third-party inspection, verification of that process, so it's not us approving it. It's no one inside the government. It would be a third-party verified document, so that's number two. And third, because of this important partnership between the HRM and the province, we have the ability to essentially go in at any time if there's any issues, if there's anything that happens, if there's a particular incident, anything of that nature. We have the full authority and ability to go in and check to see what's happening with respect to that. So there's layers of oversight. The operational plan that's mentioned here, it's redundant in the sense that it's very specific. It's just the operational piece of a Crown corporation. An annual business plan covers all of that, as does the strategic plan. So this is very much getting rid of an extra layer that really isn't necessary with respect to the other reporting measures that are required here in this Act. Again, the partnership is critical. There at no point in time would the HRM, the province, anybody want to provide less oversight. Those are the type of things that don't happen in modern day governments. We're not going to provide less scrutiny, less oversight, less accountability for any Crown corporation or any entity of government. So that's a non-starter for us. This is really about having an extra layer that isn't required, and the HRM are in lockstep with us. I also, with respect to the budget process, the remuneration, these other pieces, they'll apply and sort of follow the standard practice. There'll be nothing left outside of that, so it'll be the normal reporting, the normal process of operations that all Crown corporations go through, Mr. Speaker, so it will be no different. I've got a ton of faith in Kerry Cousins. I've got a ton of faith in Justin McDonough, the board chair, and I think they're going to get this right. The purpose of this legislation is to get a modernized Events East structure that reflects what we need in this joint partnership for such an important facility in our province. It's going to be really a flag for our province and for the region, so having the right structure in place is important. We're not doing this to open up the cookie jar, Mr. Speaker, and they can decide what they're going to pay themselves. That's not how it works this day and age. That's not what any of these people would be interested in. Their mandate, their goal, their motivation is not to break down the rules so they can access more money. That's just not what this is. This is about, with respect to the $500,000. What that is, there's recurring contracts that obviously a facility of this magnitude would have. So rather than having to come back through Cabinet and HRM, they have the ability to manage these things on their own, which is a very reasonable thing. Again, this is about the operations, and it's about contracts that would exist in terms of the convention centre functions. It's not about their salaries or anything related to remuneration specifically. And again, that's not something that I don't think Kerry and the board members are interested in. So with that, I do appreciate the comments from the members opposite, and I look forward to law amendments as well, and we'll see where it goes from there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 51, the Halifax Convention Centre Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 51, entitled an Act to amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 2014, the Halifax Convention Centre Act.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call public bills for third reading?
We'll now call public bills for third reading.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 2, the Develop Nova Scotia Act?
We'll call Bill number 2, the Develop Nova Scotia Act. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 2, the Develop Nova Scotia Act, be read for a third time and do pass. I want to thank the members in this House for their attention to this bill and their thoughtful remarks. This bill was drafted after looking at the mandates and best practices of Crown corporations here and outside of the province as well. This bill will empower Develop Nova Scotia to focus on strategic economic infrastructure, including improving high-speed internet service for the people of Nova Scotia. We know that high-speed internet is an economic game-changer for this province, and we know that connectivity is crucial to building stronger communities and a stronger provincial economy. We want to connect as many Nova Scotians at home and at work as soon as we can. This bill also mandates Develop Nova Scotia to do more to help build those stronger communities. That's the focus on what's known as placemaking, ensuring our vibrant communities can attract and retain more people and promote economic growth, investment, business, and social enterprise. Here's what the President and CEO of the Cape Breton Partnership feels about it. Carla Arsenal says, the Cape Breton Partnership recognizes that the talent attraction and retention is the cornerstone of economic development. Placemaking across Nova Scotia has the ability to shape environments where social, cultural, and economic values thrive, and in turn inspires prosperous communities where people want to live, work, play, and learn. By capitalizing on our innovative assets and engaging in creative discussion, placemaking will build a vibrant province that is competitive and connected through Develop Nova Scotia's new provincial mandate. And I can add that the team at Develop Nova Scotia has already shown the expertise to manage projects worth hundreds of millions of dollars. They led the Cove redevelopment in Dartmouth, now home to more than 40 ocean-related businesses, and a key to landing the Ocean Supercluster contract as well. They understand how to work with business to create growth and how to create places that are attractive to people. Jim Hanlon is the CEO of the Cove, and he put it this way. Develop Nova Scotia, as the lead on the redevelopment, has shown vision, flexibility, and focus throughout this project. Cove is already showing its value in growing Nova Scotia's ocean economy, and it's indicative of the value that Develop Nova Scotia can bring to our economy at large. Jennifer Angel and her team have expertise in project management and complex public-private partnerships. This bill will enable Develop Nova Scotia to continue its transformative work beyond the harbours of Halifax and Lunenburg to the communities all over this great province. Thank you again to all members of the House.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak towards Develop Nova Scotia, Bill number 2, changes that are recommended towards a couple of clauses and pages here in the original Develop Nova Scotia Act. It's very apparent that we're really between a rock and a hard place as far as voting yes or no on this particular bill. If in my heart of hearts, simply because of the very few changes that I had put forth in this House, which I truly believe does reflect changes that should be made in order to protect and truly represent all Nova Scotians with regard to the economic development that is proposed to be going forward under the underdeveloped Nova Scotia. It's unfortunate that those changes were not accepted, and I know it was a little bit heated there in the last time we were talking about developed Nova Scotia within this chamber. I appreciated that the minister apologized for some of the remarks that he made at that time, and I accept those apologies. He did. He apologized. It may not be on record, but it's all good. I wanted to say that it is extremely important that we do roll out broadband service as well as cellular service in this province. As the minister said, and I have absolutely no doubt that Jennifer Angel and her team are more than capable of being able to project manage the scope of the project ahead for broadband service. Certainly, it's no disparity towards her or anyone who obviously works within her team structure. But what I'm truly concerned about with putting forth this bill without the amendments that were suggested was really the lack of having regional representation at the table at the board level. There's a lot of money that's going to be rolling through this Crown Corporation just with the broadband service project alone. It's $193 million. It's a lot of money. And we want to make 100% sure that every single Nova Scotian and every single region within Nova Scotia has an equal opportunity to be able to access those services that the project that is about to be rolled out will hopefully enact throughout Nova Scotia. I know in my constituency in particular, we have a huge problem with accessing just basic landlines. Cellular phone service is missing in a great deal of the Cape Breton constituency, the Cape Breton-Richmond constituency rather. And there's no guarantee really because I don't know what the guidelines yet for the project rollout will be. It makes me very uncomfortable when there are announcements that are made, for example, by this government for something such as, you know, the pilot projects that's going on across the province with ATVers, and that we see that most of those projects save one, in fact, all of the projects save one, are in Liberal constituencies. So there is no doubt in my mind that there's obviously favoritism towards certain regions of the province based on what color perhaps, what color the constituency perhaps flies at this time. At the end of the day, I am a member of the opposition and I look across the floor and we have a majority across the House. So in the end, the governing party does not have to listen to any of our concerns or any of our suggestions. They don't have to enact, then I will say, any of our suggestions necessarily, because we know that in the end that they can pass whatever it is that they wish. What I would really like to see happen in this House, and I certainly do hope that the minister and those representatives who are across from me, who I respect, and I would hope that they respect me in return, that this is something that is of grave concern to me. I would like to have seen representation on the board of directors from across this province. And perhaps that's an amendment that will only be able to be made when there's a change in government next time around. And I can put on record right now that it'll be an amendment that certainly I will be putting forward to caucus to make next time around, should we be so lucky as to change seats. I would like to say as well a thank you to the minister and his staff. I know that putting legislation forward is always quite a feat. There are a lot of things in here that need to be sorted out. There's hopefully a lot of consultations that are done. With regard to the area that speaks about strategic planning, again, and we just saw it again with the bill that we just spoke about just only a few moments ago for the Halifax Convention Centre. It seems that there is a trend currently with this government to scale back on a certain amount of accountability. So with the strategic planning process, yet again, within Develop Nova Scotia and also the Convention Centre, 5 years, and I mentioned this before, 5 years is way too long to have a reporting process on whether a strategic plan is actually working or not. So certainly I'd be looking to make amendments to that as well with the other bill. So again, there is no way that my caucus, without being slammed, I don't think, would be able to say no on this bill. We need to get moving, obviously, on this project. We need to have a Crown Corporation, and I'm in agreement with that, to take the lead in obviously rolling that project out. You know, I guess in the end, Mr. Speaker, all I want to say is that I really would like to make certain that this government hears that all Nova Scotians expect, especially those Nova Scotians that are shareholders within Crown corporations. They are corporate shareholders in these projects. They should be permitted to have the highest level of accountability that is available to them to make certain that their dollars are being spent in the right direction. So with that, Mr. Speaker, my caucus mates and I will eventually say yes to this bill, and I thank you for hearing my comments today.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and say a few words about the Develop Nova Scotia bill. As I said at third reading, I am interested and glad to see the placemaking approach to economic development named and at least to some extent adopted by this government. That word is a bit of a buzzword right now, but it certainly signals an approach to economic development that focuses on building quality of life and attracting people and talent to come here, as the minister spoke about, focusing on communities. But I have to say, it does seem like a bit of a change of direction from the government's economic development strategy, which we heard this morning is based mostly on the Premier leaving Nova Scotia and going to China. But I hope this change in direction means that we'll be seeing investments in public services soon to undo the cuts that the government has delivered to the quality and affordability of life in Nova Scotia. I hope that paying attention to placemaking will make the government reconsider a number of its policies which are directly at odds with this idea. For example, around schools, the province hasn't opened a single hub schools. Hub schools are at the heart of something like a placemaking strategy. They can create a bustling hub in a community with much-needed space for services, arts, and small business. Instead, the province continues to shut down small schools in favour of big schools, although I have to say we don't know what the province plans to do much at all with schools anymore, nor do we have impact in that, without any thought to walkability, integrated mobility, or the province's role in community building. It is disappointing short-term thinking that's penny-wise and pound-foolish, and I certainly hope that Develop Nova Scotia signals a change to that. I also very much support the expansion of the board to give regional representation, which is important, and I'm disappointed that the members did not choose to support my colleague's proposed amendment that would have made the commitment to regional representation explicit and legislated. Develop Nova Scotia's new mandate is to be province-wide, and it will be taking on province that impact rural communities across the province. So there should be input from those regions all the way through the operations, including at its highest level. The Rural Internet Initiative is precisely that, a rural initiative. Having people on the board with local knowledge and local networks specific to each region of Nova Scotia will help make the best decisions and increase the likelihood that projects will be successful and responsive to local conditions. We've heard from the minister, we've heard from Develop Nova Scotia in their consultations that this is exactly what they plan to do. They want to be responsive to projects, from those that are shovel-ready to those that have not even been contemplated yet. And in order to do that, they have to understand the local circumstances on the ground. They have to understand the genesis of those projects, what the communities need, how those needs are best served. So I'd like to add that for the same reasons, I'd encourage Develop Nova Scotia to use proactive strategies to make sure there is diversity on the board and not just the usual suspects. With that said, I need to repeat again the deep concerns I have about the government's rural internet plan altogether. As I've said before, Nova Scotia desperately needs to step up and take leadership with a rural internet strategy. So I'm glad to see the investment that the government has announced, and I'm glad to see the creation of Develop Nova Scotia. But unfortunately, this plan, I fear, may be set up to replicate past failure. The minister said during question period in the last sitting that the infrastructure built with public money would be public infrastructure, but it's become clear that that is not the case. The minister also said this would not be a giveaway of public money to the big utilities, but there's nothing that we've seen in the mandate of Develop Nova Scotia or what we know of the Internet Trust Fund that gives us confidence in that assertion. In 2007, when the Conservative government spent $26 million to bring broadband to rural Nova Scotia, the majority of that money went to Eastlink and Seaside Wireless. The results were inadequate from the start, and here we are still grappling with the same problem. Repeating the same market solutions to a textbook case of market failure, in the minister's words, doesn't make sense. The main difference between this plan and the 2007 plan is that the government is telling itself and the rest of us that it's going to negotiate better contracts than it did in 2007. Unfortunately, believing in being able to negotiate better contracts is a documented self-deception that governments across jurisdictions have told themselves before repeating past mistakes and entering into new public-private partnerships that waste public dollars. Even if the Premier or the Minister have been reading The Art of the Deal, it won't change the fact that in a fundamentally unprofitable market, again, as acknowledged by the Minister, there is no incentive for Eastlink, Bell, Seaside, or anyone else to significantly improve access or quality in the future. It's a market failure. Unfortunately, this is a recipe for endless government subsidy, high internet prices, and poor service. It's sad because we don't have to look far just to Saskatchewan to see that SaskTel, a publicly owned alternative, gives Saskatchewan the lowest prices and highest rated customer satisfaction in Canada and delivers revenue to the province at the same time. Internet affordability is a major issue in this province, and we haven't heard the government say anything about it in their internet strategy. We've heard about access, but we have not heard about affordability. Even in the existing places where we do have access to internet, like this house, as my colleague pointed out, we have some of the highest prices in the world. Canada has some of the highest prices in the world, and Nova Scotia has some of the highest prices in Canada. This puts us at a disadvantage in the digital age. But there is no mention of affordability in Develop Nova Scotia's mandate regarding internet, nor in any of their presentations that they made to the public. I know the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, which members of the department have mentioned positively as a model for Nova Scotia, has a goal of delivering prices to rural residents that are comparable to urban residents. But that is an aspirational goal and not a commitment. We need it to be a commitment if we're going to say that we have addressed urban-rural inequality in internet access. Why would we spend all this money to bring internet to the parts of the province that so badly need it if we can't be sure that they'll be able to afford it? And we shouldn't stop there. We should be lowering prices for all Nova Scotians. In closing, I'm hopeful that the expanded scope of Develop Nova Scotia will have a positive impact for Nova Scotians. Unfortunately, in the area of rural internet, I fear we're setting ourselves up to repeat the mistakes of the past. And with those few comments, I'll take my seat.
Fine to recognize the Honourable Minister of Business will be to close second reading on Bill number 2, the Develop Nova Scotia Act. Third reading, pardon me, close third reading. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleagues opposite for their comments. And with that, I'd like to close third reading on Bill number 2, Develop Nova Scotia Act.
Motion is for third reading on Bill number 2, the Develop Nova Scotia Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 2, entitled An Act to Continue Develop Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 4, the Corporations Registration Act?
We'll now call Bill number 4, the Corporations Registration Act. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 4, the Corporations Registration Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Speaker, the Corporations Registration Act promotes economic growth, fosters a spirit of entrepreneurship, and encourages new business. We are going from a province with one of the highest costs for startup to the lowest in the country. With this bill, we are waiving the annual registration fee for Nova Scotia companies during their first year of operation. By way of a regulatory change that has been made to the Companies Act, we are reducing the incorporation fee for a limited company from $336.40 to $200. Both of these changes will take effect January 1st, 2019. This means that in the first year of operation, the cost to incorporate and register a limited company will be $200, Madam Speaker, which is significantly less than the current combined cost of $454.75. For cost comparison, New Brunswick is $262 if the filing is online and $312 for a paper filing. Prince Edward Island is $250. Ontario is $360 for a paper filing as well. Mr. Speaker, this bill benefits thousands of entrepreneurs who want to start and grow a business here in Nova Scotia. In addition to going from one of the highest incorporation fees to one of the lowest in the country, we are also moving the service standard to process incorporation documents from a 5 to 10 day wait to 3 days, Madam Speaker, and this will help get businesses up and running sooner. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks and ask the members opposite to comment.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak towards the Corporation Registration Act, the amendments to Bill number 4. Again, as has been mentioned in the past by myself and my colleagues, anytime service fees towards businesses are looking to be reduced in a predictable and a sustained way, it would be certainly unusual for us not to give our support, and that's what's ultimately happening here. There's not really a sense here that, and I just want to say this without, picking on the minister, obviously, or his department, but, this a really great step in the right direction. It obviously reduces red tape for certain companies that are looking to incorporate. However, when it comes to new startups, new businesses, and small, medium-sized enterprises that are just starting up, there's not going to be a stampede of new incorporations here on that level. Incorporations mostly happen when businesses are at a certain level. They're usually established and moving on, obviously, to a different kind of level and looking at incorporating for numerous reasons, including liability. So lower incorporation costs will be a minor cost savings really for SMEs, but also for anyone trying to incorporate a holding company, etc. So the intention of this legislation, and again, it's wonderful to see that the government is listening to stakeholders and business owners, and including the CFIB, and are in agreement, and as we are as well, in the reduction of red tape for business owners. But to reduce the cost of a new limited company, the incorporation of a new limited company in Nova Scotia by waiving the first year's annual fee under the Corporations Act is really the intent of this legislation. And related reduction of incorporation costs will be as well by cutting the fee under the Companies Act for a new limited company incorporation to $200 effected in forthcoming regulations. So again, $200 is nothing to sneeze at, but $200 when you're looking at incorporating, obviously incorporation comes with some massive annual bills, usually for to do annual accounting at a different level, as well as obviously the cost of incorporation. The legal fees are sometimes astronomical. It can be many thousands of dollars. The processing of incorporations at the Registry of Joint Stocks, we know, will drop from a 5 to 10 day business day standard to a 3-day business day standard, and it's supposed to be going to an effect immediately. That's always wonderful to hear that anyone, including business owners who are extremely busy with just trying to get through their day-to-day and their amount of paperwork that usually is involved in running a small business, that they will obviously be able to go through the process a little bit more quickly through Service Nova Scotia. So the cost overall to government is about $750,000, and I'm assuming that this is likely going to be included in the red tape reduction target of about $25 million. So new limited company incorporations in Nova Scotia are subject to some of the highest incorporation fees in the country. It's about $336.40 to be exact for incorporation under the Companies Act, and additional $118.35 in incorporation under the Corporations Registration Act in payment of the first year's annual registration fee. So that's a total, easy math, of $454.75, and that doesn't include standard legal fees, name search, incidental, that kind of thing, and generally in the range, that's in the range of about $2,000 to $3,000, as I mentioned earlier. This is a huge cost to small businesses. Many small businesses that are just starting up, and again, I know the government has been really marketing this as being able to assist small businesses in moving forward and even getting to start up. But most small businesses that I know and that many people know are just trying to get by, let alone having to spend thousands of dollars on incorporation costs. It's really, it's not practical for most of them to actually incorporate, nor is it necessary to incorporate from the get-go. So after amendments and regulations are in effect, effective fee for incorporating a new limited company will drop to $200. Again, it's always wonderful to see that fees are dropping, and the annual fee of $118.35 will still be owing on the final day of the anniversary month of incorporation each subsequent year of operation. So there's a net savings there for a business owner of about $255. So the drop in the incorporation fee under the Companies Act to $200 will finally align Nova Scotia with fees for incorporation pursuant to the Federal Canada Business Corporations Act. So it's always good when we can finally align ourselves with what's going on federally. While these changes reduce the effective initial incorporation fees to $200, aligned with the lowest in the country, Nova Scotia remains one of the more expensive provinces in which to maintain a business registration. We still remain one of the most expensive provinces, again, in which to maintain a business registration. So changes to the back-end registry of joint stock companies theoretically will improve the service standards, but that still remains to be about a year away. So it would have been, and I know it takes time obviously to be able to organize these things, to be able to get either staff in place or new technology in place to be able to enact these new measures. However, it would be really great to be able to see this done a little bit more quickly, and I certainly look forward to when those service standards will in fact be enacted. I'm thinking that as much as it's supposed to be a year away, I think it's probably likely going to be closer to 18 months based on the conversations that I've had. In the meantime, Registry plans to hire 2 new staff members to provide additional capacity and meet new 3 business day standards. So the hires will be, and this is a hard one for me, the hires will be dismissed once the database upgrades are complete. I never really like to see anybody losing their jobs. I never like to see, obviously, a reduction in employment in our province. So, and I know that things have to get streamlined, things have to improve. Technology, obviously, is always improving and making things faster for us to be able to access. But it's always a bitter pill to swallow when we know that good people in Nova Scotia that are obviously having to pay mortgages, have children, and have bills to pay will probably be dismissed due to this new this new protocol. So in the end, again, we're very much in favor of seeing fees reduced in this province. Entrepreneurs overall will benefit from the lowest incorporation fees in the country, but changes will help new businesses in the startup phase. I don't think so. This is not something that really is going to help new startups. Again, and I will reiterate, it's really changes that are going to be happening, that are going to be assisting more businesses that have established themselves, or businesses that obviously have enough capacity at startup to be able to pay for incorporation fees, both legal and all the accounting that comes with it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, again, I would thank the Minister for his work that he and his staff have done in helping local businesses to be able to reduce overall costs at the end of the day. And with that, I will take my seat. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and say a few words about the Corporations Act. This bill is on its face fine. As we said before, there's no problem in making it cheaper for businesses to incorporate in Nova Scotia to streamline that process. But we're of the opinion that incorporation fees are not the biggest challenge facing Nova Scotia businesses at the moment. Advocates for this bill, who have been quoted widely, have even said that this fee reduction won't result in more businesses of any size incorporating, but that it's mostly a symbolic act and it sends a signal. So the signal is that Nova Scotia will now have the lowest incorporation fees in the country, and that's great. But we also have the lowest minimum wage in the country. We also have the fastest rising tuition fees in the country, some of the highest student debt in the country, some of the worst child poverty in the country. Municipalities are struggling to fix roads and improve infrastructure. Housing, childcare are increasingly unaffordable. And I just want to say to the members of this House that those facts also impact our economy and that they also send signals. And those signals are the ones that we certainly wish that the government was paying a little bit more attention to. Because for successful businesses and successful entrepreneurs to set up shop here, we need people to feel secure about the future of Nova Scotia, to take risks. We need happy consumers with money in their pockets. We hear about this all the time. We need healthy employees who can be reliable and focused at work, and we need to be building on the incredible quality of life that we have here. We need to have communities that people want to come and live and invest in, where they feel happy and healthy and secure. And to that end, I'd just like to say a few things. In response to my comments at second reading, the Minister said that this reduction in fees is an expenditure that will help create more entrepreneurs, create more businesses, create wealth in the province, to generate revenue for the province to fund social programs. Leaving aside, again, the fact that advocates for this fee have said that it will not do that, I want to counter the insinuation that our caucus doesn't care about these issues. This mindset, this focus on keeping taxes on corporations and the wealthy low, keeping our regulations relatively lax, keeping our cost of labour low, all of these result in less government revenue, which means declining public services. This is trickle-down economics, Madam Speaker, and it's a development strategy that has failed over and over and over again. When Ronald Reagan introduced it, he made similar comments to those that we've heard in this House, that corporate tax cuts would result in more revenue for public services because of business confidence, but it didn't happen. And the evidence from past decades of this is so clear that the IMF is even concluding that its past policy advice in this area was wrong. I could go on, Madam Speaker, but I'll say that the study from the IMF has advice for policymakers, which is that efforts by governments to reduce debt to GDP ratio by cutting spending to pay down debt are counterproductive because they undermine growth. Instead, countries should pursue growth-stimulating spending. This is from the IMF, and the debt-to-GDP ratio will decline naturally through the GDP growth achieved. Growth stimulation is what Nova Scotians need, Madam Speaker. This can reduce costs for small businesses in much more meaningful ways than reducing incorporation fees, and we can improve the quality of life for Nova Scotians at the same time. Affordable childcare, a living wage, affordable housing, affordable and accessible rural and urban public transit, high-quality schools, functioning healthcare. These are all things that we can and should be pursuing to make inclusive growth something more than a buzzword. And it's not hard to do. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives publishes an alternative budget every year that looks at inclusive growth. For advice on where to cut red tape, I might recommend that the government take a look at the work of the Centre for Local Prosperity on creating economic resilience through import replacement. They have specific recommendations on provincial red tape to cut that would support community-driven businesses, thereby creating wealth that would stay and circulate in the community. And that's a placemaking initiative if I've ever heard one. So all of this is to say that I found the minister's comments and focus on this bill a little bit disappointing because there's so much more we can and should be doing for business in this province. Along with my colleagues, we will be supporting this bill because reducing incorporation costs is great. It's just not that big of a thing. We're happy to do this, but we wish we were doing a whole lot more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister for Business and Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with that, I move to close debate on Bill 4, the Corporations Act.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 4, Corporations Registration Act and Act to amend. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Bill's motion carried.
Bill number 4, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 101 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Corporations Registration Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 10, the Liquor Control Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 10, an act to amend the Liquor Control Act, be now read a third time and do pass. The amendments to the Liquor Control Act will reduce red tape for businesses and for the Nova Scotia Liquor Corp when they are wanting to set up establishments that manufacture and sell alcohol in Nova Scotia communities. The current plebiscite requirement extends back to Prohibition and has become outdated. Nova Scotia is the last jurisdiction in Canada that requires plebiscites, which can be costly and add months to the time it takes to obtain the licensing and permitting required to open a business. The amendments eliminate the requirement for a plebiscite to be held prior to a business that is manufacturing or selling alcohol in a dry community. Requirements to obtain licenses and permits and to follow municipal zoning bylaws remain unchanged. Municipalities will have until January 1, 2019 to explore whether more bylaws are needed in their communities. I encourage communities to work with their municipalities to create additional zoning bylaws if required. I'm pleased that this change will allow businesses to better plan and make timely decisions when opening a new establishment. It will also bring Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, in line with all other provinces.
I recognize the Minister for Finance and Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I do move that this bill be passed.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 10, Liquor Control Act and Act to amend. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 10, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 260 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Liquor Control Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 13, the Daycare Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to stand and move that Bill number 13 pass third reading. This is part of our quality initiative, Madam Chair. The changes to this bill will allow our regulated agencies to further investigate any concerns related to home care spaces in our regulated child care sector. This allows the department to partner with them in ensuring that oversight to ensure health, safety, and quality programming. This is part of our broader agenda to make our regulated child care sector and government-provided early learning more accessible, affordable, and available to every single community in Nova Scotia. We've invested over $65 million into the regulated child care sector to reduce fees for families. So any family making $70,000 or below will, because of our initiatives and federal funding that has allowed us to do this, save hundreds to thousands of dollars in child care. We are also starting from a position where only 1 in 4 of our 0 to 4-year-old children were able to access regulated child care and early learning initiatives. And I'm happy to state, Madam Chair, that because of the investments we made, because of the partnership we have with the federal government, we've actually expanded the regulated child care sector, and this is separate from our pre-primary program. We've expanded that by 1,500 spaces to date, and we plan on increasing that expansion over the course of the next number of years. So we went from having, at this time, compared to 2016, we went from having 25% coverage and access to regulated child care sector to now today having about 40% coverage. And this work is just beginning. Over the course of the next number of years, we're going to have full and complete access from one end of the province to the other. And on top of that, we've created over 3,000 spaces for 4-year-olds in our pre-primary program. So at the same time, we're bringing in this new universal program, which we know will be greatly beneficial to our 4-year-olds. We've also expanded the regulated child care sector and have worked with them on adapting to the new pre-primary reality, and that is resulting in significant success in increasing access, affordability to regulated child care, and also with the changes we're making today, ensuring that all of our spaces operate at the highest standards of quality and safety, Madam Chair. And with that, I look forward to hearing the comments from the members opposite.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his comments. I'm honoured to rise at third reading to speak on Bill 13, the Daycare Act. Madam Speaker, as members of this House are aware, Bill 13 is part of it is a housekeeping bill where language is modernized, where we're seeing updated language being used. And certainly that is to the opposition's liking. Certainly to see bills being updated to ensure that inclusive language is being used is definitely very important. As the Minister indicated, yes, it does strengthen regulations. Certainly the ongoing monitoring of how those regulations will be implemented as it may affect programming is very important, and certainly the official opposition will continue to monitor how these regulations are implemented. In many respects, Madam Speaker, this bill, like many bills from the government, it's a roadmap. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, it's seeing how these regulations will be implemented. Certainly, Madam Speaker, at times I've noticed the law of unintended consequences hovers over this government, not always being fully aware at times how the new regulations they are implementing will impact program delivery. Madam Speaker, the Minister cites pre-primary. Certainly, this official opposition was not opposed to pre-primary in principle. We had great reservations, Madam Speaker, with the hasty, quick rollout of pre-primary. So while the Minister indicates, you know, the importance of that program, we also have to remember, Madam Speaker, that with the hasty rollout of that program, We saw issues related to capacity, where we have situations, Madam Speaker, where pre-primary will be attending junior highs. We have issues around catchment areas, and we have issues around, Madam Speaker, with access to playgrounds for our 4-year-olds. All that, Madam Speaker, I believe can be linked back to a hasty rollout. So certainly as it relates to Bill 13, same principle applies, Madam Speaker. We'll continue to monitor and we'll continue to look at how these regulations are being implemented. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, I take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise again to speak to third reading of the Daycare Act. This is a housekeeping bill. The changes are relatively small. As I said previously, I do appreciate the importance and the significance for the sector in changing the language to reflect the professional work done by early childhood educators across the province. I think it's important. And similarly, more fully reflecting family home childcare in the legislation will hopefully relate to a greater acknowledgement of the role of those service providers in our community as well. Unfortunately, the same factors have for a long time affected the entrance and retention of early childhood educators, which isn't addressed in this bill. I know the government is doing some work in this regard, but it remains a challenge. There are low wages, stressful working conditions, and a lack of recognition paid to early childhood educators. So we appreciate that there is some work being done here, but we need to be looking at how we attract people and keep people in the field. We need to look at wages, working conditions, length of their day, planning and programming, benefits for early childhood providers, certainly those who are in the pre-primary program. I think that is being contemplated by government and by the hard work of the department, but we still have a very broad sector outside of that, which has suffered somewhat from the introduction of pre-primary in terms of workforce issues, and which does continue to require more attention. I suggest that an opportunity to this end was somewhat missed with existing providers as alternative sites for the program. I know the government has said that this is something they would consider, but you know, we're hearing about students in portables all over HRM, 3- and 4-year-olds be putting in with junior high schools. I have to believe that there are licensed early childhood education centres that could accommodate some of these programs, which would go a long way to continuing to ensure their viability and the availability of those spots. So I think we need to be working closely with the sector to make sure that changes in government policy don't have a negative impact, that we don't have those unintended consequences, both for the sector and the workforce issues that I mentioned, but of course especially for our young children who are cared for and educated by the folks working in this sector. So I hope that these amendments do improve the childcare landscape in the province. I hope that there aren't any of those unintended consequences. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, I look forward to someday soon being able to discuss the additional changes needed to build a truly universal, high-quality, affordable and accessible system of early learning and childcare in Nova Scotia. I can anticipate the minister's comments. We heard all of the great things that the minister has done. He is never at a loss for words to tell us about the wonderful work of the people in the department. And I applaud the hardworking civil servants in that department. But Madam Speaker, I would argue that we still have a long way to go, and it would be nice sometimes to be able to in fact discuss changes rather than just having to digest them.
Awesome.
Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development, it will be to close debate on Bill number 13.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just 3 issues quickly that were brought up. Playgrounds. It is not part of the early learning program for 4-year-olds to have them play on the playground equipment that's intended for older students. We do have loose parts and a focus on outdoor play and activity in parks, in wooded areas, and these sorts of things to enhance the outdoor play curriculum. So we actually have loose parts play equipment that help 4-year-olds build new playground areas, and that is actually that's intentional. The reason why we have it that way. Wages. The member from Dartmouth South mentioned wages. A significant portion of the investments we've made have gone to setting wage floors in the sector. That has now led to a situation where we are at or above the national average when it comes to wages, and we are coming from a place we're at the very bottom. So that is, I know all of us can recognize an important investment to make sure that these meaningful, important, critical positions in our society are properly compensated for and that the wages are competitive. We are looking at pilots with private providers. Of course, our intention is to have pre-primary in schools, preferably schools where the children will be going, because we know that that creates the best scenario for the transition into the academic learning environment. But where there are issues of space, we are looking at partnering with the child care providers and also looking at providing partnership opportunities to work on before and after school programming as well. And I realize that pre-primary has created a stress, a challenge for some operators' business models, but the fact is we've worked with each and every one of those operators to help them adapt to these changes, adapt their business models, and that has resulted in pretty significant growth from one end of the province to the other in the regulated child care sector. And the fact that that's happening along with the growth in the pre-primary program, Madam Chair, I think really indicates the fact that we have been thoughtful, deliberate, and successful with a very smooth implementation that has increased access to early learning and childcare opportunities to families across the province. And with those short words, Madam Chair, I would like to move that we close third reading on Bill 13.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 13, Daycare Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 13, entitled an act to amend Chapter 120 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Daycare Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 16, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Protection Act.
I call Bill number 16, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Protection Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 16, the Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Protection Act, be read a third time. With this act, Madam Speaker, we are demonstrating clear and unequivocal support for and commitment to maintaining the rights of the 2S LGBTIQ+ individuals. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, it strikes the right balance. It's a strong piece of legislation and it's progressive. With it, collectively in this legislature, Madam Speaker, we are standing against harmful social attitudes, the negative historical narratives, and the widespread discrimination of this community. Although we have differed on the consent issue and importance of respecting the case law around consent, I believe this bill is one all of us in this House are pleased to stand together on. The adoption of Bill 16 will place Nova Scotia among only 3 provinces in the country to prohibit the use of harmful interventions on young people who are TSL-GBTIQ+. We have learned from Ontario and Manitoba, and we've gone further. Madam Speaker, as I've mentioned during second reading debate, this Act will prohibit the use of practices that would try to change the sexual orientation or gender identity of young people under the age of 19. It would prohibit healthcare professionals and people in trust and authority over a youth from providing this intervention. Madam Speaker, I was asked by a reporter not that long ago if the legislation was, quote, a fix without a problem, unquote. Well, I think we've heard, unfortunately, from advocates and others over the past few weeks that there regrettably is support for this controversial practice in our communities. That is why we must be vigilant and why this legislation is important. Madam Speaker, these harmful practices have no place in our province. These interventions are harmful to both the mental and physical health of young people and have been widely condemned by human rights and credible health organizations around the world. I want to thank my colleagues in opposition for their thoughtful debate on this bill and for their shared concerns for our 2SL GITQ plus youth. We want our youth to be proud of who they are and to know they have their community and their government standing behind them. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat and value the input and comments of my colleagues.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No, the clap was actually for the Minister. I want to thank the Minister for his remarks. It's always a great honour and privilege to stand in my place and in particularly speak to Bill 16, respecting sexual orientation and gender identity protection. I believe everyone in the chamber knows how pleased I am with this bill. I often wonder sometimes and feel almost guilty as to why I myself didn't bring this bill here sooner. You know, our world, or at least the world that we live in, the material world, can be a place where true meaning of life is somewhat camouflaged with, you know, with what's really truly important. And Madam Speaker, human decency, caring, sharing, loving unconditionally is what's important. And everyone is better when they are loved unconditionally. I always say that if it's important to you, you will find a way, and if it's not, you will find an excuse. So what makes me really happy in this chamber this session is that we all realize that this was an important bill to collectively come together and pass. And as the Minister stated, it is progressive. I'm really proud that we are the third province in Canada that's coming forth with this type of legislation. We also know that the City of Vancouver has come out with legislation and that the province of BC is also in the process, I believe, of coming out with legislation. So I want to personally thank my dear friends and many of my friends that actually have gone through conversion therapy. And but in particularly, I want to thank Brenda Hattie, John Carter, and my dear friend and mentor Gerard Veldhoven, who I'm really honored that he took time over the last number of years to keep an open dialogue about this subject and to provide his wisdom and knowledge and friendship through this. So very pleased with this bill, very happy. I congratulate the Minister and I congratulate everyone in here. It's a good feeling that we're moving forward with this. So on those words, please know that we fully endorse this bill. Thank you so much.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd also like to echo my colleagues' comments on thanking the Minister and my colleague for all three parties and representatives of those parties for bringing legislation, similar legislation, to the floor of the House. I think it's significant that we all feel compelled to address this issue. And it's a day that I'm anticipating this bill is going to pass, so it's a day for to celebrate a victory for human rights in Nova Scotia. The goal of the legislation is to establish a law that respects and protects the sexual orientation and gender identity of all citizens. And as members of this legislature, we want to ensure that no person of any age in any community in our province will be subjected to a practice that doesn't work, that causes harm, that reinforces intolerance, discriminatory, homophobic, and transphobic attitudes and ideas. And we want to make sure that what we want to do is we want to make sure that no child in this province is told that they are sick or an embarrassment to their family or unwelcome in their community, or, you know, the list goes on, because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And I just want to say, take a moment to talk about my existence as a parent of young children and watching my children grapple with the ideas of gender and their gender identities and what that means what my role is in them doing that as a parent, and what all of our roles are when our children are, well, growing up and figuring out who they are. I'm very conscious that transphobic and homophobic ideas and perceptions are affecting children at extremely young ages in our society. I remember being at Chapters one time and looking at this.
Order. Can we keep the chatter down a bit in the chamber? I'm having difficulty hearing the speaker. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Being at Chapters and noticing in the kids area there was this display of toys for girls and toys for boys, and I took pictures of them. This is well before I was in politics. I took pictures of them and I posted them on Facebook, and I said, you know, what's wrong with this picture? How come my girl can't be expected to play with this little beanbag that's like blue or whatever? And how come I didn't have a son at the time, but how come my boy wouldn't be able to, you know, play with a doll? And most of the reactions on that Facebook post were agreed with me, but again, we talk about this Facebook bubble we live in. But there were many people who did say that I was naive and that I shouldn't, you know, that obviously there's big differences between boys and girls, and there are girls' toys and there are boys' toys, and there was quite a debate that happened. And the result for me was realizing that we are all affected by these early notions of what gender is and what the expectations of boys and girls in our society are. And, you know, as a mother of a boy who loves to wear pink rain boots, I have felt that feeling of sideways glances when I take him through the mall. Am I somehow failing my child because he's wearing pink rain boots? And what I'm actually trying to do is instill in my children the true belief that whoever they are is perfect. I also want to shout out to the organizations in our communities that are advancing these notions in our children. The daycare where my children went was an amazing place. And I remember, again, my beautiful little boy who is somehow not wearing dresses anymore. But, he used to wear dresses, or one particular dress, actually. I think it was just the dress itself that he loved. And he would wear it to daycare. And people, I was, you know, again, I felt that like funny little feeling, like, are people going to make fun of him? Are people going to judge him? Are people going to make it hard for him? Are they going to say, why are you wearing a dress? You know, and that kind, and commenting on those things. And instead what happened is those teachers would pull me aside and they'd say, thank you for letting him wear a dress to daycare. And I was like, well, yeah, that's what he wanted to wear. And I just really valued those comments from those teachers because I knew my son was safe there, no matter who he was, what he wore, as long as he didn't bite another child and, you know, break the skin, then we were going to be okay, which, let's face it, is not necessarily, we couldn't count on that either. So this is all to say that as I already said, our children, we need to protect them, and we need to uphold whoever they are, and we need to allow them the ability to figure that out. We want to create communities where all children are welcomed and loved for who they are, so they don't grow up internalizing shame and hatred. And so to meet that goal, we actually proposed an amendment to this bill. We argued against the clause that allows children of age 16 and over to consent. And I've had much discussion with the minister about this clause, and I appreciate his explanation, but I will again express my opposition to that one clause because I don't believe that what a child 16 to 18-year-old would be consenting to is something that is considered a health practice. We know that this practice has been disallowed by numerous health regulators, and we know that it's a practice that feeds off internalized transphobia and homophobia. So just as I'd like to again thank the minister and the government for bringing this bill forward, I just hope that at the end of this debate that we have done enough to protect the children in our province and the youth in our province and everyone in our province, by the way. I forgot to mention that this is not just about youth and children. It's about all LGBTQ members of the community. And that we've done enough to protect and respect the sexual orientation and gender identity of all Nova Scotians. And just in closing, I would encourage us as members of the provincial government to work with other levels of government, our municipal councillors and our federal representatives, to see if we can't put forward or can't advance the rights of these communities, these people at all levels of government, to see if we can strengthen protections for them. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Minister of Justice, it will be to close debate on Bill number 16. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank again my colleagues from Pictou West and Dartmouth North for their passion and interest in this particular discussion. And with those few comments, Madam Speaker, I rise to close debate on Bill 16.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 16, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Protection Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 16, entitled an Act Respecting Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Protection.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 23, the Canadian Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act?
I call Bill number 23, the Canadian Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Business and Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill number 23, a bill entitled the Canadian Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act, be now read a third time and do pass. During second reading, we heard from members of this House who spoke about the bill, and I want to thank them for bringing their points forward. The Canadian Free Trade Agreement will strengthen and modernize internal trade and help to enhance interprovincial commerce. This agreement is important in Nova Scotia because over half of our trade is interprovincial. In fact, in 2016, our exports to other provinces and territories totaled more than $8.4 billion. As I mentioned in my second reading remarks, the new framework is designed to do as follows: enhance the flow of goods and services, investment and labour mobility, eliminate technical barriers to trade, greatly expand procurement coverage, promote regulatory cooperation within Canada, and it helps the province meet its obligation by making dispute resolution enforceable. The passing of this bill also meets our province's obligation with other provinces, territories, and the federal government to have the legislation in place by December 31st. While we've been working to enhance and promote compliance in advance of this legislation, the agreement contains obligations for binding dispute resolution for government to government and individual business to government disputes. The CFTA incorporates the former AIT dispute settlement chapter with enhancements to ensure jurisdictions are living up to the agreement and its rules. To put it simply, Madam Speaker, fewer barriers to trade, investment and labour mobility within Canada create jobs and important opportunities for Nova Scotians. With labour mobility, for instance, it should be possible for an architect or an engineer to move from anywhere in Canada to Nova Scotia and be able to meet the certification requirement so they can begin working here. Just as it is important for Nova Scotia architects and engineers certified here to be able to meet the certification requirements in other provinces and territories so they can work there. National and local level stakeholder groups are advocates of this modernized internal trade agreement. As well, no concerns about this bill were raised during law amendments. And with that, I close my comments and look forward to the remarks from the members opposite.
Good, Minister. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to speak towards this bill. As I was putting some notes together this morning, I realized that 30 years ago this year, I would have been in high school and debating actually the North America Free Trade Agreement in model parliament. So it was really interesting to me as we go through this process of enacting, within our province, the CFTA, the honourable member next to me is correcting me and telling me I must have been in elementary school at the time, and I thank him for those kind comments. But I do assure you, yes, that I was in high school, and I know at that time when we were debating the NAFTA agreement, there was a flurry of conversation throughout the media nationally and within the province that people were afraid. They were afraid of what this was going to mean to Canada and commerce within Canada, what it was going to mean to businesses within Canada and within our province as well. And now we are 30 years later, and here we are, trying to negotiate again with our neighbors down south and having a bit of a time and being able to solidify an agreement on the NAFTA agreement at the moment. But it's really interesting to see in 30 years how far we've come as far as opening up our borders to international trade. And now with the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, that we are in fact focusing back in on trade within our own borders within Canada. So I feel like I'm coming full circle today in speaking about this. It's a proud moment for me. As far as enhancing domestic commerce, it's always really important, obviously, that we try to open up possibility for businesses to be able to do commerce both nationally and internationally, because our internal trade represents about 6% of Canada's GDP overall. I think it's about $385 billion. It's a huge amount of money. So being able to have Nova Scotia companies bid on projects that are either government projects or projects in other parts of Canada without any kind of tariffs or any other barriers is obviously extremely beneficial. But considering that this province still has the highest taxes in the country, it's really difficult for obviously business owners within this province to be able to compete on a fair level with all the other areas within Canada. So if you're paying, corporate taxes that are a lot less in other parts of Canada, and you're bidding basically on a project here in Nova Scotia, and the business in Nova Scotia is bidding on that same project, there's a bit of an unequal playing field that arises depending on where your business is registered or incorporated. So I have some real concerns about that. That's just one aspect, and obviously it's kind of like just like with NAFTA when it was first negotiated, and as well with CETA and with the CPTPP that we have now as far as our international agreements. You never really quite know what you're getting yourself into right away. It's kind of like buying a new car, if I can use that as a comparative. And until you actually drive it for a couple of years and you figure out all the idiosyncrasies that that vehicle may have, you never really quite know exactly what you're getting into, even though you have, the specifications of what it is that you're buying as a vehicle to try and increase, your overall mobility. And part of that, obviously, in putting the CFTA, enact the CFTA, is to try and obviously lower trade barriers within Canada, hopefully to raise productivity, to create more jobs and business opportunities for Canadians, but also what's most important within this House of Assembly is that we create more jobs and business opportunity for Nova Scotians. That's why we're here. Madam Chair, we're here to make certain that Nova Scotians are not going to be left behind, or in some way, in ways that we have not yet foreseen, are going to be negatively affected by this new Canada Free Trade Agreement. Some questions that have arisen on my end, reading through the literature, and there's a lot to go through. I know maybe the average Nova Scotian, I'm not sure how and if they're kind of understanding how this is going to affect them on a day-to-day basis, but it will. Again, any legislation that goes through this House affects average Nova Scotians every day, but certainly a trade agreement that reduces barriers and regulations across borders within Canada will affect all of us. So, you know, what will that mean for changes in Nova Scotia? We do not yet know. And do we know what aspects of the Nova Scotia economy are going to be negatively impacted as well as positively impacted? And we do not yet know. We do know that we have a fabulous post-secondary, we have excellent post-secondary institutions here within our province, and it's wonderful to know that obviously that part of this agreement is going to include labour mobility. We certainly have a labour shortage as far as tradespeople. We're crying for tradespeople in most projects that are going on throughout Nova Scotia, so it's absolutely wonderful to know that those Nova Scotians that have gone away perhaps out west and gotten their red seals out in the oil patch or working in Calgary or Saskatchewan will be able to come home without any kind of red tape issues as far as having their red seals recognized here in this province as well. And I certainly would welcome any Nova Scotians who want to come back home and make a life for themselves here again. It certainly would be a benefit to our province. Overall, this obviously, and I don't want to use the two words housekeeping, but this is a bill that obviously we're mandated to put into effect before the end of the year. Our deadline was December the 31st. So we're 3 months shy of the drop dead date when it comes to making certain that we have this in place. It would have been nice to be able to put this forward a little bit earlier, so we would have all have had a chance to take a really in-depth look at what this means for Nova Scotia before kind of pushing it through at a bit of the 11th hour here, having had, you know, the CFTA signed federally on July 1st. Nevertheless, you know, we need this to come into effect. Nova Scotia needs to have a strong business voice nationally and internationally, and if we're going to compete within our own borders and the rest of the world. So with the growing need for skilled workers, again, Madam Speaker, you know, and our strong post-secondary education, it's important for Nova Scotia to be part of any labour mobility programs, and I know that this bill allows for that. So with that, Madam Chair, I will take my seat. No, Madam Speaker, sorry. Yes, I will take my seat, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak on this extremely important piece of legislation.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to just say a few words on Bill 23. I know I spoke a little bit at second reading around some of the issues and concerns, and just really trying to get across how important these types of trade agreements are, Madam Speaker. Of course, this bill here is a requirement of an agreement that the province has signed over a year ago, and we are getting close to the end of the year. And within that agreement, you know, each jurisdiction were required to make sure that they have a standalone piece of legislation dealing with a number of items that were agreed upon, and hence why we're here. And I too would echo a bit of a concern that my colleague just mentioned, was around, you know, maybe having a little bit more time to make sure that not only the MLAs in the House, when we're dealing with this bill, but the business community and Nova Scotians who will be impacted by a trade agreement, and they will, that they understand it and flush out any concerns. I know I had brought up a concern around the timing of the close to the end of the year, and the government House leader indicated that you know, he was adamant that we won't need to call the legislature back to address an oversight in this legislation. I hope that that's true, Madam Speaker. But you know, never say something is 100% guaranteed, Madam Speaker. I've been here many times over the last number of years where we've had to change direction, and government had to change direction. So I hope that's true. You know, and I had indicated, interesting enough, part of the requirement is for us to have legislation to deal with a dispute resolution mechanism in our legislation and other jurisdictions to have that in case there is something that crops up that, you know, is that dispute between two jurisdictions, for example. And interesting enough how we're seeing that that's at the essence, I think, of the NAFTA negotiations that are going on within the two federal governments of our country and the U.S. And I hope that the government stays firm on their commitment to make sure that mechanism for dispute resolution continues to be in any kind of North American trade agreement, Madam Chair, because it is important, because we're not always going to get along. And you know, as much as we have had a good relationship, as we've seen with the U.S., a change in administration can really tip the cart to uncertainty when you're dealing with trade agreements, for example, and just look at NAFTA, Madam Speaker. Sorry. So it's important for us to have that in this legislation as we move forward. I did mention a little bit about the labour force mobility during second reading and how important it is for Nova Scotians to make sure that they have every opportunity they have to find gainful employment, and we hope that that's here in Nova Scotia. But if Nova Scotians go through their education system, they get the training they need, I would hope through an agreement like this that it's easier for them to make that transition if they have to leave the province, to make sure that the qualifications, the education that they received here in Nova Scotia is recognized across the country. We know since second reading, I know that our members of our caucus have received a letter, and I don't know if it was sent to government members. I would assume it has. And it's from the president of the local 361 of the brewer and soft drink workers, UFCW, Madam Speaker. And just the essence of the letter, and I'll table the letter in hopes that the government House Leader can make sure that the Premier himself know about it and maybe address the concerns. And it was around comments that the Premier made outside in the media around the fact that we were talking, I think it was around alcohol, Madam Speaker, and the Premier had indicated that and it says here in the letter, that in the media he was optimistic that interprovincial trade barriers that prevent alcohol from moving as freely as possible from one province to another could soon become less restrictive. And Mr. Roberts indicates that unfortunately the story did not go into much detail about exactly what that could mean, and Mr. Roberts is concerned because he does represent 130 unionized workers at Olin Brewery here in Halifax. So whenever something is said in the media, especially around trade and a business that may be impacted, Mr. Roberts wrote a letter. So I will table that. I hope the government House Leader gets a copy of it and follows up with Mr. Roberts to make sure that not only do we support a trade agreement around the province, but we also support that may have an impact on workers in our province. And if that's not the case in this situation, then hopefully that can be relayed on to Mr. Roberts and the workers here. With any trade agreement, and I know a few have been mentioned before, the Trans-Pacific Partnership or the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA or TPP, there are people who benefit from those trade agreements and the removals of tariffs and barriers, but there are some negative impacts. It happens. It's happened with CETA. It's happened with NAFTA when it signed a number of years ago, and it's happened with TPP also, Madam Speaker. So I hope that those impacts are limited to the businesses here in Nova Scotia. We want a strong economy. We want good interprovincial trade. But unfortunately, a lot of what we have and the impact that has it has on Nova Scotia is out of our control. It's in the control of our federal government. It's in control of the federal government to the south of us. So I hope that we see a resolution with the NAFTA agreements, but for sure with this one, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, we do support the idea of hopefully ensuring that our businesses here in Nova Scotia have every opportunity to thrive, to grow, to employ more people, and really contribute to our economy in a positive way, Madam Speaker. So we do support it, but I would hope that the government House Leader will look into the concerns which may be valid or may not be valid from Mr. Roberts, who's the president of Local 361 of the brewer and soft drink workers with UFCW. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Minister of Business and Service Nova Scotia, it will be to close debate on Bill number 23.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, and I will do so. I just wanted to address the comments from the member from Sackville-Cobequid, the NDP House Leader. Absolutely a valid concern, but that is not the case whatsoever. I've heard the Premier address the alcohol beverages travel, so interprovincial travel many times. He is absolutely and was very much specific to consumer consumption and consumer. Nothing to do with the alcoholic beverage producers whatsoever. I did get that correspondence, and I officially will respond to Mr. Roberts in the next day, but I just want the House and the member to know that it's very much around consumer consumption and consumer purchase, nothing to do with the producers. And with that, I move to close debate on third reading of Bill 23, the Canadian Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 23, Canadian Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 23, entitled An Act to Implement the Canadian Free Trade Agreement.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for today. Sorry, everyone. I move that the House today will rise to meet again tomorrow, Wednesday, September 26, 2018, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Seeing that tomorrow is Opposition Day, I would turn it over to the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader to call our business.
I recognize the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, tomorrow after daily routine and question period, we will be calling bills number 56, the Municipal Grants Act, Bill 61, Internet Safety Act. Both of those were introduced this morning, and Resolution 128 on palliative care. I now move that we rise to meet again between the hours of 1 and 5:30 tomorrow.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on September 26 between the hours of 1 and 5:30. Would those in favour of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until tomorrow at 1 o'clock p.m.